good afternoon from Malaga, and good morning from somewhere central in the US, right, Craig?
Austin, Texas.
Austin, Texas is the capital, right?
It is the capital of Texas, exactly.
Lance Armstrong, is that his
This is Lance country. He spent a lot of time. It's a lot of undulating terrain, a lot of hills, great for biking. Biking is everywhere here.
Are you a biker?
My wife is. No, I was out on my bike this morning on my mountain bike, running my dogs on the trail behind my house. So that's about the extent of my biking.
Craig, you're certainly an early riser, and I noticed it from your picks at Wimbledon this year as you were enjoying the early opportunities to taste and savour centre court. But we're not here to talk about Wimbledon. That's for the European summer. We're in the midst of European winter, although fortunately here in Malaga it's still pretty sunny. So let's get to Turin. You were there, right?
Yes, I was. Yeah, for the almost the entire time. I came back Saturday and then did a report for the ATP on Sunday here from Austin.
Got it. Okay. Let's begin with the final. I think we have to. The first question I have for you regarding the final is sort of where was it won and lost, especially thinking about the round robin stage and some of the differences between those two matches?
Yeah, I was courtside, front row, right on the baseline for the round robin match between Novak and Yannick. And when Novak gets a little passive, when he's not quite, dictating out there on the court, he hits too many backhands. That's the MO. He always has. When I worked with him 2017 to 2019, I was always cognizant of the backhand to forehand ratio. When he's humming, he's looking for that runaround forehand. The runaround forehand has three benefits. It's upgrade, double, and freeze. The upgrade is I'm putting the forehand and the backhand as the sword and the shield. So when the ball is hit to his backhand, instead of him using his shield, he puts the shield down and picks the sword up. From the back of the court, it's about 75% winners from the forehand side. So certainly when he hits the runaround forehand, which accounts for the majority, the runaround forehand for Novak in the ad court has more forehand winners than forehands in the deuce court. So it's a big deal. It's a big deal to hit the runaround forehand. Secondly, you can double the target area. You can go inside in, inside out, much easier than with the backhand. The backhand sometimes is even inside out going down the line. And lastly is that you freeze the opponent so that when you do the runaround forehand, they can't tell from your positioning where it's going. So upgrade, double, freeze really makes the runaround forehand very, very potent. And when Novak's not hunting that and he's settling for backhand, sometimes when he gets nervous, he knows the backhand's going to go in. He doesn't mind hitting backhands, but it's not really hurting opponents. He got away with it in Paris. In the final, he had a lot of backhands. But in this match, Sinner was crushing backhands. He was just roping them to, corner to corner through the ad court. And it was to Sinner's benefit. And Novak, didn't really pick that up. He was cruising till 5-all in the first set, 5-all 40 love. And he loses that game. He got tight. He served a double folded deuce. Sinner was crushing balls. He hit Novak served and volleyed at 40 love. Probably shouldn't have because it gave Sinner a target. Sinner hit a backhand winner that went right through the line. And from then on, Novak immediately got into it with the crowd. The arms are going up. And he got distracted. And he didn't see the game plan as clearly as he needed to. And Sinner was just dominating ad court exchanges. Sinner was the one wearing the pants from the baseline. And because Novak was distracted, he didn't pick up on all of this. So for the rest of the match, he was, even though it's 7-6 in the third, it was one of those matches where it was just a matter of time. Yannick was always had the better strategy. Novak was having to dip into higher risk patterns of play. And, Yannick won. But in the final, he adjusted. I don't know whether he read my analysis. It kind of looks like the carbon copy of what he should do if he had read it. But he came out firing. He came out looking for forehands. He came out dictating with his forehands. He said he changed strategy. So we're going to assume he did. And why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you make that adjustment? So he played much better and much more strategically in his favor in the final. Sorry, John, I can't hear you right now.
I put myself on mute, Craig, and forgot to take it off.
Yeah, well, that happens to the best of us.
Maybe that happened to Novak in his first encounter, and it didn't happen to him in the final with Sinner. What I was really interested in, it's great that we've got you on right now, because actually strategy was something that was mentioned quite a bit by both players in a way. That Jannik said he expected a different Novak in the final and a different strategy. Novak talked about some of the things that happened to him in his press conference, I think, in the first match when he said he was maybe a bit too passive in the big moments and the big points, and that wouldn't happen again. And of course, they did end up playing in the final. So I thought that sort of conversation, I think I remember Jannik saying something like, I know he's got a plan, or I know he's going to be different in the final. And I thought that element was particularly intriguing, but particularly how the final went. If we got the same result, then we could have maybe thrown changes of plans and strategies out the window. But because we got a wildly different result, I thought that was particularly intriguing. What about Sinner? What could and should he have done maybe different in the final?
Yeah, and just before I answer that, going back to what you said, the other layer of that is it's a monumental achievement to beat Novak at any stage, especially in a year like this where he's dominating so much. I think he only lost 6 matches for the entire year. But to beat him once, congratulations, that's awesome. To beat him twice in a row, almost impossible. Almost impossible. So the fact that Jannik had won the first encounter, I think just in general, from a belief standpoint, from now Novak's got a lot more motivation. He's got revenge on his side. He's got the final. He's got his legacy. He's got, adding to his career. I think he's up to 98 or 99 tournament victories now. To beat Novak twice in a row is literally almost impossible. So Jannik had that against him. Jannik tapped out early and panicked too early in the point in the final. And I would give Novak a lot of credit for that, because Novak came out pummeling forehands. His average forehand speed was much higher than Jannik's. I don't remember exactly, but it was significantly higher. And so now Jannik's playing a little bit more off the back foot. Jannik's forehand historically is the side that can get loose. His backswing is quick. His backswing is quite big. He goes after it. He doesn't have a great defensive forehand. When he gets pushed into that corner, position A, out wide in the juice court, that's historically where he starts spraying forehands. He is improving in that area. It did get better, but he wasn't tested in that area in the round robin stage because there was just so many backhand exchanges. But in the final, Novak made sure that he brought extra speed to that corner and extra pressure to that corner. And early on, I wrote about, I think, Novak hit, his first 11 forehands. I think he extracted 4, 5, maybe even 6 errors from Jannik's side of the court. And right from the start, Novak going up 3-1, it just had a completely different feel than the semi-final. And you can just tell on Jannik's face, he wears, even though he's by far the strongest mentally / emotionally of the entire group, out of the 8 players, he doesn't get as upset. He doesn't get as mad. He doesn't get as frustrated. He doesn't slam his knee 8 times in a row like Rublev's doing out there. He does. He keeps the toys in the pram and goes about his business. But you can just tell on his face early on is like, this is a different deal. This is going to be much tougher. And Novak was coming at him, and that's why he couldn't dictate nearly as much as he did in the round robin, because it was much more of a forehand dominated match rather than backhand.
Do you think with Yannick in that final that there was any difference as well in terms of expectation, in terms of the pressure that would obviously building throughout the week with every match that he was winning so incredibly? I think his backhand was on fire in the semi-final against Medvedev, but also Italy was getting a bit of tennis fever, I think, and the Carotto boys and the emotion within the stadium. And do you think that may have played any particular role, particularly as Yannick took a set and a half to settle to some extent? I mean, maybe we're taking away a bit from Novak in terms of his incredible performance, but just looking at Sinner, was he, pulling the trigger too quickly is something you touched on, panicking a bit too early in rallies? Was that a mental thing, do you think, at all?
Yeah, we didn't see this problem up until the final. So it was a Davis Cup style crowd in there. The Italians have finally got someone that they can get behind. Certainly there was Berrettini for a while, but not at the ATP finals. He played a set and rolled his ankle, and Matteo's been missing at this event. So to have Yannick there, the Italians just went ape droppings. It was unbelievable the amount of energy in that stadium, and that's a good thing. That's a great thing for our sport. And it didn't bother Novak until he got down, until he was, behind. Then he, he's a little negative and he's a little pissed off, and he's like, okay, I'm going to go engage this crowd because I need to let out some of this energy. I need to, kind of press the pressure meter, and sometimes he screams at his box, which happened less in this event. There's still a little bit, but happened less. But boy, was he was so locked on, so positive, so ready to go, and things were very clear in his mind. So I think from the final, we go back to the 3 round robin matches in the semi-final. Yannick was in superb form. He played extremely well, and we just didn't see him kind of shocked and bullied around the court like we did in the final. So I think I don't think it was the crowd, because Yannick had that for 4 matches. I think the crowd helped him. I think he handled that well. I just think it was Novak finding the right game plan. Thank you, Craig, and going and executing it and ripping forehands and taking it to him instead of hoping the opponent was going to give it to him.
Fair enough. Let's have a quick look at one or two other players that did take part, at least, albeit that they got taken apart, or on one of these occasions got taken apart by Novak, and that's Carlos. Where does Carlos need to improve in these conditions, in particular, indoors in Turin, to take the next step?
Yeah, I watched his first match, and he looked very, I say very average for the number 2 player in the world, for how amazing he is. He set the bar so high. And the problem for Carlos wasn't this event. It was the lead up to this event. It was fractured. There was problems with injury. There was problems with plantar fasciitis. I just had it for a year in my right foot. I couldn't shake it for a year. Yeah, it's a horrible thing because it hurts like crazy. It hurts your movement. He also had a lower back problem. So at least, we know of those 2 things. There's probably 2 or 3 other niggles that he had. So his preparation wasn't good. And I would put down his not making the final. I mean, he's still, even though after that first loss, he still made it out. But he's just not quite there at the moment. The forehand's spraying too much. The forehand's too big. He needs, because he's off a little bit, he needs to defend a little bit more and stay in the point and get his reps and make the opponent change direction under duress rather than him changing direction. So, I think Carlos did about as good as he possibly could with the lead-in that was just not ideal for him.
What about Daniil Medvedev? Where does he go from here? I mean, actually, this time a year ago, the future and the immediate future looked pretty bleak for Daniil, having had the sort of post-Australia hangover, if you like, that carried on throughout the year. And in fact, we had a resurgence in February of this year. And actually, I guess, outside of the slams, and you could even say with the slams, if you think about Wimbledon and the US Open, but he's actually had a good year in a way. So What about next year? I mean, the problem is that I think you may well agree that Rune should improve, especially physically. Carlos won't be absent for that long, I don't think. Novak's not going anywhere anytime soon. And there's one of Jannik Sinner. I mean, is now arguably a Grand Slam contender. Where does that leave Daniel Medvedev in the pie, if you like?
Well, you've certainly added Sinner to the mix. Sinner is now elevated to a level that he hasn't before. He is definitely a Grand Slam contender. He had match point on Alcaraz when Alcaraz won the US Open. He could have won it that year. He's been sniffing right around for a while, and now he's finally broken through. That win against Novak, that's going to buoy his confidence for the next 12 months. He's going to live off that for the next 12 months, feed off that. So for Medvedev, he's doing nothing wrong. His game is good. I'd like to see him next year not be as emotional under pressure. I'd like to see him a little bit more like Sinner. Sinner keeps it together better than all those guys. Medvedev can engage in the crowd and in quite a negative way, and he just needs to stick to tennis. Stick to tennis. Stick to hitting the ball. Stick to taking titles. Stick to keeping your head in the game and winning these big matches. So I'd like to see him less emotional, and I think just that will create the clarity under pressure in these big matches to find those 2 or 3 or 4 points that he needs to turn a loss into a victory. So he's in a good place. He's an excellent player. I'd like for him to go to the net a little bit more, not only when he has to, but, he dominates so well from the back of the court, but hunt the short ball, hit that deep ball, get the short ball back, and don't be content to go another 3 or 4 balls. Become a little bit more of an all-court player and pressure at the net where the win percentage is always so much better. And he'll be in a good place. So I think he's going to be, certainly one of the top 4 players next year on tour.
Okay, I've got one more for you, Craig, and it's this Boris Becker-Holger Rune partnership. But you could also tell me about, Holger and 2024 and maybe where he could go and where maybe he needs to improve.
Yeah, I think Boris is a great addition to his team. You've got Holger, who's a young player, somewhat of an impulsive player, unbelievably good at coming forward. This is who Medvedev should look at and just go and look at Holger Rune playing, because anything a little bit short, Holger's all over the net. So, that's Boris brings credibility to win big titles. When you've got a coach, this great picture you've got there, when you're looking in your coach's eyes and your coach has been number one, your coach has won multiple Grand Slams, has been an icon of our sport from a young age, I think it's a great mix. And, Boris is coming out of personal troubles, and for him to be, readily accepted by the rest of the tennis community and tennis fraternity straight back on tour. Boris was so engaging at Turin. I was in the front row. He was about 15 seats down on my right, and he was standing constantly. To start with, I thought, well, his leg's sore. He needs to stand because, his knee's bad. But, he brought so much energy to Holger and so much positive energy, but also strength as well. So I think that is a really good connection. I think Holger will benefit from that for sure. And I think Holger Rune has an excellent year next year, a really good year. He's got such a good all-court game, probably the best all-court game since Federer retired. So his ability to jump on a short ball, his ability to attack, his ability to serve and volley, his ability to come forward with a forehand down the line when standing with 2 feet behind the baseline is probably the gold standard right now. And he just needs, the forehand can get a bit impulsive. He can spray a bit with that. He can get too antsy when things aren't going his way. You can see them, the nerves go up a little bit. He just needs to stay calm. He needs to chill. He needs to breathe. He needs to take his time. There's nothing that there's no problem that he needs to solve. He just needs to not beat himself. And those are the messages that he needs to really take on board for next year. And, he at some stage next year, he could be number 2 in the world, challenging Novak for number 1.
Craig, huge thanks for coming on and squeezing us into your busy schedule. And enjoy the rest of the year, and catch up with you sometime in 2024. Enjoy
Davis Cup.
I will.
Forza Italia.
Yeah. Oh, you're backing the Italians, are you? By the way,
I've been working with them for 8 years, and I'll be assisting in Davis Cup. So let's hope they finish strong.
Makes sense. And make sure you check out Craig's Brain Game, and also check him out on Twitter as well, and all the socials. Big thanks, Craig, and we'll catch up with you next year.
Pleasure. See you, mate. Bye.
Bye-bye.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Hi, Novak. I don't know if you saw what Vasek said last night about organising, and tennis could and should be even bigger than it already is. If only the people organising it were doing their job properly. He highlighted the balls, he highlighted playing late at night and then early in the morning, and injuries. I just wondered whether you heard that, but also if you'd like to add something.
No, I haven't heard that. I actually saw Vasek just before I came here to see you guys, but I haven't seen his statement on that. But there's been a lot of discussions on the effect of the different balls in basically every week.
Ready? Play.
Hello there. Second match of the day. The first one was difficult to put into words right now. It was tricky. It was a tough watch. Let's say that. The unforced errors spraying off the racket from both players having a million opportunities. And I thought the match was never going to end. And in the end, it was just the one who sort of stayed the most solid in the third set. I think Djokovic's defense in that third set, I think the fatigue from the previous battles that she'd come through, I took its toll. And of course, Coco's had hardly any time on court in comparison to her opponent. Anyway, we're here watching Taylor Fritz against Novak Djokovic, what feels like about the 10th time in the last few years. Probably because it is about the 10th time, actually. I think it's 9-0 that Novak leads this head-to-head.
8, I believe.
It's 8-0, is it? Okay.
But yeah, it's about the 10th time, definitely. And it's about the 10th time that Taylor Fritz is going to lose to Novak Djokovic.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to take his chances away completely. But I do think he needs to find something that he hasn't shown really yet. And also like the level of, let's say, commitment to the craft. Not that he's not a hard worker, but like he actually has to come out thinking he can win. And I don't know if that's entirely true every time they play. Like the US Open, for example, I don't think that was ever really true.
No, that was ugly. That particular encounter. Yeah, it was just never a match. We're at 30-all here on the Fritz serve, and that's the thing. If Novak gets a break here, I mean, it's just like, We'll see. Maybe this can be something different. Let's see what Taylor Fritz is going to bring to the table.
I fear that he's just going to do everything the same as he always does because it's not really got a lot of choice.
Yeah, I haven't put on the matchnet yet, but I have it on now. I will actually try a different stream, which might be more in line with yours as well.
Okay.
Hopefully it will be in sync. I was going to check it on the golf one, but I actually don't remember now because I put on that stream and I put on your commentary for a while, but I like near the end, but I don't actually remember now if it was more or less synchronized. But we're gonna try that and we'll see.
Fritz gets a game point.
So that's mine's
more or less the same as Google. So the Google score you see, I'm actually slightly ahead of Google, which is fine.
Maybe I'll tell you when the point is over. Like I will just say the point is over. The point is over now.
For Juice.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're about the same.
Okay. So I'll stay on that one then.
Yeah.
I don't think you have a rewind option, but if I can always pop into that one if I need it for something. But anyway, yeah. What were you trying to say?
You don't think Taylor's taking a set or two, do you? It's just a question in the live chat.
A set, why not? But well, sometimes a 3-set match or a 4-set match, it's actually not that big a difference. Just matters like when you win the games. Like I don't know if it's a 7-6, 7-6, 6-4 win, like Hurkacz over Kazo. And then you have a match which is like, I don't know, 6-4, 2-6, 6-2, 6-2. Or yeah, Borges Medvedev is a decent example as well. Yeah. So I would actually say that Hurkacz Kazo was much closer than that. So
it's an ugly forehand there from Taylor.
But yeah, if it starts like this, like if he just gets broken here and sort of goes on, it's gonna be a bit of like that US Open clash maybe. Where I think only the third set was like any competitive, was it?
Can't remember. Yeah, I think Novak got a bit loose, maybe.
I was reading some tweets from Novak fans earlier, and also like, why are they freaking out so much over that heat and the day session? I mean, it's not like Fritz has been doing well in hot conditions. The loss to Brandon Holt at the US Open, for example, and he was like so sweaty. Of course, then there's also the humidity. But also Novak had to play the day session literally with how the previous matches were scheduled, I think. So it was never really a call for the Australian Open organizers. So, but anyway.
I mean, that's a nice change of direction there from Fritz. Took a risk. Yep. Maybe Taylor's just hoping beyond all hope that he can just play better. I mean, I think he can play better than he played in New York, that's for sure.
Yeah, I would love to see the same just sort of approach as against Tsitsipas and not Cilic, but Marozsan the last 2 rounds. Like when he's on the defense, he wasn't really, trying to get the shots back, but actually just really blasting his backhand out of position. And I would love to see that here. Maybe this is something that can actually change things up. But of course, this is also a different matchup. Like he won't be pressured as much as against Marozsan or Tsitsipas. He will probably be like more slowly taken down. Now he approaches the net and it's a really nice volley. So
it feels like he's got to get very, very close to perfection. Like on that point in a way. I mean, it's a decent serve. It's a decent forehand, but this volley has just got to be perfect. And it was.
Yeah, just got to be as clean as possible, as humanly possible as possible for him. I don't know if he's going to do it, but.
Oh, not like that.
Yeah, but he's definitely been playing some of his best stuff this Australian Open, the last couple of rounds. This, of course, this approach was a little ambitious. Let's say it like this. And, he should have a lot of confidence right now. That's all I'm going to say. Is it enough? Well, probably not.
Did you see any? So you saw some of Coco's match against?
Yeah, I watched it. I think maybe from like the second or third game because earlier I was watching the Mahajang doubles But yeah, I did watch it in full. Yeah, I mean, it was pretty horrific. I think if the let's say if the way that the match was structured was a little different, in that there wasn't that 5-1 comeback, then it would be a very rough watch. But all in all, it was actually entertaining because there was a story from the very beginning of it. So first of all, the underdog goes 5-1 up, then she loses. Then of course there's like another mess and the tiebreak where she blows it, completely again. I think it was 34 minutes between her set points, and of course she missed both of them. But I think, yeah, eventually it was actually pretty fun because of that storyline and how there was always something there. If there was like a very tight set between two evenly matched players from the very beginning, then we would be probably just turning off the match, but because there was a story from the get-go, that was actually watchable. And yeah, I think Kostyuk for the first two sets was clearly like the better player, but well, of course, you gotta take your chances. She didn't. Eventually, the fatigue got to her. Coco looked horrible today, but I think against Sabalenka, it's going to be a little different. Like, she's just going to be tracking down these huge shots from Arena, running side to side, and there will be less pressure on her in a way to also create something. And I do believe that she will look better. I don't think she will win if she plays Sabalenka. I think she will look 10 times better, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Zverev will look better against Alcaraz too.
Yeah, it's a similar case. Yeah. I don't think he'll win, but he will look much better than he did against Nori. And in that sense, if you look at it like that, I mean, surviving today is the most important thing. And really in every round, I think over time, there was a point when I was like really freaking out about someone's form during an event or something, but these days I more so just tend to look at it like it's just a round. You gotta win the match, and that's really the only thing that matters. Like, form is a secondary factor. Of course, sometimes it is the most important thing, but like in an individual match, everything can happen. So unless it's a Djokovic-Fritz match, in which case the story is the same every time, unless Djokovic has a 20-centimeter abdominal tear.
I mean, it's a 3 break points in this opening game. This opening game is suggesting exactly everything whatever happens in the next couple of points.
Well, yeah, we'll see how the Djokovic service games will look, but if he's as dominant as he could be, and especially in the day, the conditions are actually quicker, so he probably will be more dominant than we would expect, then yeah, then that would be a pretty rough maybe start to the match for Fritz, even if it's one game off, because it might be that yeah, he'll just be struggling for everything, and Djokovic will be just blasting through it. I saw a lot of comments about Djokovic serving in the Manarino match, that it was like one of his best serving displays, but yeah, I think the sort of circumstances also matter. Like,
The opponent?
Manarino just wasn't really, ready to compete after these 3-5 setters. I'm not saying he would have won, but he would have gotten some games at least. So yeah, I think that also impacted it a little bit, and maybe made it look a little better than it actually was. However, of course, Djokovic, the last couple of rounds, his best matches of the event by a country mile.
Yeah.
Nice.
Very nice, yeah.
Taylor Fritz with the forehand dropper. I think he had a few of these against Tsitsipas as well.
Oh, did he?
Similar
Okay.
position, forehand down the line. Seems like that's more or less what he has in his arsenal there. But of course, in this case, it was like both a lot of margin still, but the timing, the positioning was perfect. Taylor Fritz really is like Alex Mikkelsen when you watch points like this. I remember when at the next gen finals, Medjedovic beat Mikkelsen in the first match of the group stage, I think. And no, actually, it couldn't have been the first match of the group stage, I guess, because I don't remember. But anyway, Medjedovic was playing Mikkelsen. Maybe it was the first match. Yeah, I think it was the first match. But anyway, Medjedovic was playing Mikkelsen, and he was basically all the time just going for the deep return down the middle. And this looked exactly the same. Like Mikkelsen was just so slow there, like so heavy-footed that from the moment he sort of finished his service motion, it took so much time for him to recover to a point where he like could respond to a return like this. And this one from Novak wasn't even like, didn't have that much pace on it, right? But Fritz still looks like he is about to fall over.
It is Novak's favorite return, though. That one into the feet, he loves it.
Now, okay, now it was justified because now Novak actually put some power on it. Oh my goodness.
Ah.
But yeah, Novak demands perfect execution from you, and I don't know if Taylor is looking like a guy who will deliver.
I mean, I think he almost has been as, as Taylor can be perfect in this game until that last shot.
No, I'm just thinking of the whole game, not necessarily the 1 point, but yeah, already 15 minutes almost on the clock. And by the way, ridiculous scheduling again from the Australian Open organizers.
For tomorrow? Or
for today as well. The fact that we started at 1 p.m., not at noon. And that means that the night session is now not going to start on time, probably, unless this match is like super short.
Oh, it's Novak's turn to so we've got another game point here for Fritz.
For tomorrow, there's a certain issue as well. Yes, for tomorrow, there is a certain issue as well.
They could start 11 even.
Yeah, I mean, I think noon would have been fine, but like it really didn't take that much from Coco Gauff. I mean, 3 hours, yes. Of course, in some other cases, maybe there would have been a big break, but yeah, it just feels weird. Of course, tomorrow they are actually not starting at 1; they are starting at noon. So that's cool. However, yeah, the scheduling of the second women's singles quarterfinal is, well, I mean, I understand why they're doing it like this because of the tickets, right? But it's a little off, if you have, let's say, about 5 hours of difference probably, and the ladies will be playing, the evening after that, basically. Of course, the second they will be playing. Yeah. They will be playing the second semifinal, so they should still get like Zhengor Kalinskaya should still get like over 24 hours of rest. But it does feel a little weird that the first quarterfinalist so either Noskova or Jastrzębska will get like 5-6 hours of rest more probably. So. And actually, it's also Medvedev Hurkacz, right? So that's a match that could go really long. And maybe also again extend. The night session could start on time though because they are starting at noon. But anyway, yeah, with the women's, maybe it doesn't matter all that much. Taylor Fritz wins the first game, so we are still even, sort of. And I guess we have to just look at this match and the games as like little victories for Fritz, and if there are enough little victories, maybe an opportunity will pop up. But maybe we're also being too harsh on Taylor Fritz's chances.
I wonder when because having that length of a game at the beginning of the match kind of surprises me a bit, as Novak puts the hat on. Just for me, it sort of tends to be sort of somewhere in the middle of the match that we get a game like that, that length of time. But maybe it's probably difficult to put it on into but it'd be interesting to know across 3 sets, let's say, which is the set most likely to get an insanely long game.
I don't know.
It might be 30. It might be 50. It might be 30, or 33, 33. It might be all the way across. But I just don't recall a long game like that in the first game.
Yeah, I don't know if there's an answer to it. Actually, Denis Istomin Novak Djokovic, 2017 Australian Open, the famous upset. I believe it starts with like a 20-minute game for.
Okay.
But for whom? For Novak, I think.
Novak wins that game, does he?
I'm not sure, but well, of course, Istomin won the match. But
Yeah.
I think maybe Novak wins this game and celebrates, but I'm pretty sure it starts with a 20-minute game.
On his serve, on Novak's serve.
It's not a break. So it's either an Istomin hold or a Djokovic hold, but I think it's a Djokovic hold.
Second serve.
The opening game required 16 minutes before Djokovic won it and raised both arms in celebration. Yes, that's what I'm reading right now. And of course, eventually the whole match lasted 4 hours and 48 minutes. So it was quite a thriller. No players with glasses at the Australian Open this year. So apparently Djokovic can't lose.
Yeah.
When I saw these tweets, I was looking at the draw, and I don't think there's anyone even in the qualifying who had glasses. So it was hard to find someone who Novak could lose to, unless I was just scrolling through the draw. I wasn't like actively thinking about every single player. So maybe I missed someone, but I think both in the main draw and in the qualifying, there was no one with glasses. And in case someone doesn't know what we're referring to, Novak Djokovic's only 2 losses in Australia since, well, at the Australian Open, not in Australia, since 2014, I guess, since Wawrinka beat him. His only 2 losses came to Denis Istomin and Yeon Chung. So both players who do wear glasses on the court. And I don't think this year this was possible, as no one in the main draw or the qualifying had worn them. At least, not on a regular basis. Maybe someone can introduce it. Carlos Alcaraz comes out with some shades in the final.
They were supposed to play each other in 2018 as well, right? And I think, but did Chung withdraw?
2018?
Maybe it was a different tournament where they were supposed to play each other.
I mean, 2018 he beat him, so.
Oh, it's 2018 he beat him, was it? Okay.
Yeah.
So it's 2017, 2018.
Yeah.
Okay.
And were they supposed to play each other later? I don't know.
Maybe someone else.
Djokovic beat him at the Australian Open in 2016 or 15, I'm pretty sure, though. So earlier than that. That was like the first rise of Yeon Chung, because like he first rose winning like 5 challengers in a year, getting to 49 in the world only on challenger points. Then he didn't hold up and he basically fell back out of the top 100. But then, of course, got to the top 20 after the Australian Open in 2018.
Fritz, 16 minutes and 25 seconds to hold serve. Djokovic to love, and I'm going to guess at 2 minutes.
Yeah, definitely wasn't any narrative in this game. It was just straight up 4 simple points. I guess for the most part, that's what you would expect here from Djokovic on his own serve, which is a problem for Fritz, obviously. Today we will finally learn if we get the I guess the most awaited, most eagerly anticipated semifinals, right? Both of them, Djokovic, Sinner, and Sabalenka, Goff. Because even on the other side, even if we had Świątek, Rybakina, like it wasn't the one that we are like really probably more certain about. And also on the men's, of course, Alcaraz, Medvedev, even if we get it, it also wasn't like that certain and guaranteed. But Djokovic, Sinner has always kind of felt guaranteed. Sabalenka, Goff, depends on Coco's opponents along the way, but eventually she kind of avoided the 2 or 3 main threats.
This feels like it's either going to be a Djokovic break or a lengthy service hold once again, but we'll see.
Yeah, I don't like this right now. And Fritz is
No.
looking so heavy-footed, sloppy. There's been some talks about him potentially like, improving his overall flexibility, athleticism, but like the backhand just now, for example, doesn't really show that to you.
No.
And even when he has the point like so much in control here, I mean, I don't understand what he's doing. He had 0. Oh, Jesus, yeah. And now again, he's like just going to barely be moving. But yeah, that's 3 breakpoints for Djokovic. But yeah, he's looking absolutely horrible when it comes to his footwork here. But yeah, even here when he had that +1 forehand, I don't know what he was thinking really. Like he had 0 energy going into the shot, and he just plays it. Of course, he tries to wrong foot Djokovic, but it's also definitely not the right choice. He should have taken it like way earlier anyway, and just finished it off. But he like slowed things down. I don't understand really what's going on. But yeah, this is not the Taylor Fritz that people were screaming about the last couple of rounds, that his athleticism has been looking really good. And well, it's also so far not the Taylor Fritz who I was praising as well for how he was like avoiding to be in defensive positions, really.
He's going to have to serve like this though as well.
Yeah.
Well, actually, that serve could have been punished a bit more by Novak.
Yeah, neither an ace, but both just very decent.
Got an ace.
No, he has an ace. So 3 big serves. And it's deuce. Ghosty says Rublev will dominate. Ooh, it's a spicy prediction. I think that Sinner will dominate, but we'll see. I don't really see it as particularly close. But yeah, the movement gap as... Sorry, let me see that point. Okay, so Fritz drop shotting again, and Novak can't quite get to it. Sean says, yeah, that the movement gap between these two will be a problem, which obviously is something I very much agree with. But yeah, he saved these 3 breakpoints and is still holding on, it seems, as the next serve. Yeah, it's also going to be giving him the point right away. So 4 out of 5 last points, unreturned serves by Taylor, and 2-1. This wasn't as long as the first game, but in a way, maybe it was even tougher for Fritz because he had to save 3 consecutive breakpoints. But yeah, it's another mini win for the American. Now let's see if he can just keep going or break Djokovic somehow.
If it gets physical, maybe. I mean, I just don't really know what to.
I don't know if that's good for him, though.
Taylor? You don't think he's physically great?
Yeah. I mean, he's had issues in the heat as well before. Yeah, Brandon Hodge, obviously the main example.
Yeah, Djokovic serving at 1-2, 25 minutes for 3 games so far. 2 of which went to deuce, 1 of which was a comfortable hold. I'll let you guess which one's a which. Ashley here saying that Taylor is hitting the ball hard.
After Rublev beats Sinner and moves into the semis, do you all want to issue an apology on the TT stream or publish a statement via social media? I mean, I'll probably say something on Twitter, like, congratulate him on getting over that quarterfinal hurdle and doing it in a match where, again, no one expects him to pull it off. But I don't know if an apology will have to be issued. Unless the apology is supposed to be to you, Ghosty, then of course I'm going to apologize to you personally with a bouquet of flowers that I'm going to send over from deepest, darkest Poland.
Just with the address written somewhere in the US.
Yeah, Ghost of Gerolite is somewhere in the US.
Yeah.
And they're going to have to track you down. I mean, I hear that the US Post Office is really good, so hopefully they will.
Yeah, I wondered if that would ever like land. Not Ghost of Gerolitis, but I always wondered if you just sent like a postcard to John Smith in Liverpool. If you knew he was in Liverpool, might get.
I don't think so. I once had this package sent to me, and I made a mistake made an error in the postal code. I know it's stupid, but like in Gdańsk or Gdynia, where I'm living right now, there are a lot of different postal codes, and so I didn't really know them, by heart or whatever. But I think I just made, instead of a 2, I wrote a 3 or something. But it shouldn't be a big deal, right? You still have the city name, you still have the address, so it's not like anyone could have confused it with another Jagiellońska 10 something. I can't remember where it was, but yeah, I actually never got it delivered. It got returned to sender, which I thought was pretty ridiculous, actually, because, well, yeah, you've got everything there. I mean, it's pretty clear what happened, I think, but apparently they don't care enough to review things like that. So I think there's a very high chance, actually, that it would not get delivered simply.
Oh, little sniff here for Taylor. Who's Taylor's coach?
Michael Russell.
I love classic names. Classic
Michael
names.
Russell.
Michael Russell, right? Yeah, Russell.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like
So
two classic names, two classic first names that have actually turned into a name, complete name.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, John David.
There are some tennis players. The Polish Wojciech Marek. He's currently playing college, but he did get an ITF final a couple of years ago.
I mean, Taylor Fritz.
Pretty sure there are more. Yeah, Taylor Fritz is definitely an example. Sure. I think it works. Michael Russell, I think, also used to be in like the top 100. He was actually a pretty good clay courter as well for an American. I think he made the second week at the French ones.
That's too good from Novak. Fritz is never going to keep up with that one.
Yeah, and like the longer the rally goes, the more angles, the more like precise the placement gets, then that's when Fritz will look extremely slow. Yes, indeed. Michael Russell made the fourth round at the French Open in 2001, and he lost to Gustavo Kuerten, actually leading 2 sets to love up. And of course, Gustavo Kuerten won that event, so actually almost beat the eventual champion. I didn't know that.
And I think Andy Roddick was the last American made to win a major, right? Last American man.
Yeah, there hasn't been too many major winners since, so I think without thinking too much about it, we can definitely say that. I don't think there's been a finalist even, right?
I know, I'm just trying to think of finalists. I mean, Taylor Fritz got, Tiafoe got to a semi.
Yeah. Tommy Paul got to a semi. Ben Shelton got to a semi.
Mm-hmm.
John Isner got to a semi.
Mm-hmm.
Did Sam Querrey make a semi at Wimbledon? I think so. When he beats Murray in the quarters, right? 2017. So also Sam Querrey was in the semi. So at least 5 semi-finalists since, with this very quick counting. But Tennis Sandgren? Oh no, he lost in the quarters both times, right?
Quarters
He
to
was
Federer.
7 match points away from, I guess. But yeah, he did make 2 quarters, I think, at the Australian Open 2018 and 20.
Jake asking you, what could Fritz do tactically?
I really liked how he was defending in the Marozsan and Tsitsipas matches, where like he really wasn't defending at all. Anytime he was out of position, he would blast a huge backhand very deep. I think he really needs something like that again to like avoid just getting dragged all over the court by Novak. Yeah, because
there was a backhand there on
like
the
point
defense.
here.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
there was a backhand.
Yeah,
there
like
on the defense.
here he was, I think, maybe too out of position to actually manage to get it back with some interest. But yeah, just try to avoid Novak getting like him just all over the place and, you know, from angle to angle, from corner to corner. And also, yeah, just keep playing, I guess, what he's doing usually. Big serves, try to go to the net whenever possible. Or like maybe whenever possible is a stretch, but whenever it's the right call. But yeah, try to not be on the back foot as you know. Try to be on the back foot as little as possible. I like the slice that he threw in here. Definitely mixed up Novak's rhythm a little bit, and also yeah, just actually avoided being pushed behind the baseline here, thanks to it. And also the previous backhand counter was pretty decent, sort of more in line with what I said. I think he can easily pull it off of the backhand side. I don't know about the forehand, but yeah, just definitely not allow Novak to control the points and let him just run around the court, basically run 3 meters behind the baseline. So far, I mean, he's obviously had to save many break points, but who cares about that? I think in a lot of cases here, it will be better for him to risk it a little bit more, go bigger on the counter, rather than just throw the ball back in and try to extract an error from Novak, because for the most part, it's not really going to be happening, and he's going to be only wearing himself out. But, you know, as long as he's now up in the scoreboard, maybe there's a chance. Ashley says serve and volley. No, from time to time. Sure.
Djokovic doesn't look happy, but I've seen him a million times like this at this stage of a match, including very recently in Cincinnati. For a set and a half. With that match going so long, I'm not quite sure what the time is, local time in Australia. I'm going to guess at 20 past 6 p.m. maybe, 6:20 p.m. Melbourne time. Let's have a quick look. So I'm just thinking that at some point we're going to have the sun going down. Oh, 20 past 5. Okay, so it might be another hour or two yet. Ashley says, back Taylor to win a set.
Somewhat bold, but I would say his chances of winning a set in this match are about 50%, maybe. So
I think that's quite bold. That's what I would have said beforehand. Now I would push it up to closer to 50 because it's 3-2 and
maybe 50% is too much, yeah. Maybe like 40, 33, but that would probably still mean like decent value of the odds you could get probably on it. I'm assuming, I haven't checked them, but
of course you put a pair of glasses on, Taylor, and everything will change.
Yeah. What's the chance that that Rublev wins a set against Sinner?
Yeah, 50%. Slightly more than Fritz before this match started. But I would put Fritz closer at 50 now that we've got underway and he's still up 3-2. And yeah,
The worrying thing is we're starting to agree on many things recently. I mean, you're harsh on Rublev's chances against Sinner. You're harsh on Goff's chances against Sabalenka.
I'm harsh on
what
Sinner
else
on
can I
clay.
say?
Sinner on clay.
I guess in that department you actually lead the charge.
Wow.
Rather than me.
It's
easier, definitely.
I'm not
to
big
like
on Medvedev on grass.
yeah, that here we differ. Let's say that. But
don't worry, we'll find plenty of ground in the next 11 months to disagree on. Don't you worry about that.
But yeah, I guess you're maybe like the Altmaier match is just too important to you, to respect Sinner and Clay. But yeah, it is a bit easier to like wear him down and survive that power for sure. Rune, I think in Monte Carlo is the perfect example of that. Like Holger has no business in staying in that match on any other surface, but even though he drops the first set 1-6, then he actually starts slowly getting himself into it and eventually manages to win somehow, despite Yannick's like fire never really getting extinguished, never really burning out.
Sinner 2.0 on grass could be interesting because I have actually doubted him quite a bit on the surface. It's a lovely forehand down the line from Fritz. Yeah. I'm probably bigger on Krejcikov against Sabalenka. I think Krejcikov taking a set or winning the match. I would say winning the match, I'd give it 33%, and that by proxy, obviously winning a set suggests can happen. Less of a chance, of course, I guess, over best of 3 than best of 5 to win a set against an opponent who's probably superior to you. Djokovic ace. The way I feel about the Sinner-Rublev match will be totally dependent on the result of this match. So Djokovic holds. So listen, I assume that Djokovic is going to win for obvious reasons, and but if Fritz was to pull off the miracle, then I go into that Sinner Rublev match with a completely different mindset. But if Djokovic does win, and then it's Rublev pulling off the miracle. Oh. Rublev Djokovic, please, no. Rod Laver. And of course, it would be like the US Open last year, putting all that work in. That's a double fault from Taylor, love 15. That's better.
Something that I have to do for the next time there's like a Grand Slam is just finding myself the screenshot of the like where it's explained how the lucky loser draw works, and just send it over to people, because any Grand Slam I get 10 questions about it, or there are some like very like recurring questions that I have to explain to people time and time again, and I do it, but I just have to have these answers prepared. I have to do that because this just happens all the time. Like I'm currently screenshotting the rulebook again when it comes to the entry to ATP and Challenger events, like how many days before the event and etc. But for some reason, I still haven't figured out that I should just keep them sort of close to me. And
a tournament is happening, okay? And at the last minute, it's first round. The last minute, one player pulls up injured. I mean, obviously, I guess they would go to a potential lucky loser. But what about if the lucky losers have all gone home? Like, say that tournament, let's just
No
say,
one, no one will play. It will be a walkover. That happened actually. That actually happened last year in Montpellier, when Yannick Sinner withdrew from his second round match because his first round match was, of course, a bye because he was one of the top 4 seeds. No, not Montpellier, Marseille. Sorry, Montpellier he won, right, over Cressy, I think. But yeah, that happened actually there because Arthur Fils was supposed to play him in the second round. Arthur Fils, of course, having already won a round, and Arthur Fils having already won a round. And yeah, basically it was Thursday, but it was the first match for Sinner as he was the seed, so a lucky loser can get in, and no lucky losers were on site. So eventually, Fils just got a walkover to the quarterfinals.
Telefritz just hit 3 perfect shots basically and ended up winning the point, but he might not have done after the first 2.
And also for the record, if anyone from the first round qualifying losers would have been there, they can also become lucky losers if no final qualifying round losers are available.
This is at Grand Slams, Sean, or I think he's lost once in his career 2 sets to love up. Am I right on that one?
Jürgen Melzer.
Yeah.
Roland Garros, yeah. I can tell you in a second, Sean, but that will probably be a lot after the first set in his whole career.
In his whole career, but I guess maybe we should narrow it down at slams.
At the slams, after winning the first set, it will still be probably like at least 10 losses, right? I don't know. I'll check it.
I mean, just winning the first set and then going on to lose the match. You know, in 100 losses that he's had, probably it happened 20 times. Like in over 3-set matches.
So I guess I'll stick to tour level as well. I think I will eliminate challengers and features here. So overall 35 only at tour level, but at the slams it will be 6 only.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I was guessing 10, but yeah, of course Melzer we mentioned, of course Wimbledon final last year as well. What else? Federer for Wimbledon 2012. I haven't scrolled down yet, but I think so. But yeah, US Open final as well to Wawrinka. Yeah, it makes sense.
Didn't he win the
and I guess Roland Garros
Nadal,
final to Wawrinka as well, right?
Oh yeah, but didn't he win the first set over Rafa somewhere? Roland Garros maybe in a semi-final or final.
Yes, 2014 as well. Yeah. And the 2014 Australian Open quarterfinal against Wawrinka as well. I don't know. So actually, the Federer match, he must have lost the first set. Sorry, at Wimbledon 2012. So yeah, we've got Melzer, Nadal, Wawrinka 3 times, and Alcaraz. But that's pretty wild, actually, that Novak lost only 6 matches where he won the first set at slams, and 3 of them were finals. Yeah, 3 of them were finals.
Yeah, although finals you would expect to be a bit more competitive.
Yeah, but then again, like, you know, just doesn't really happen to the guy. I guess 2 of them, of course, against Wawrinka, and like that's a matchup where having time was always like really important for Stan. I guess the best of 5 format, of course, it's really close between them, so it makes sense that like he loses the first set, but then over time starts actually getting the job done.
Well, Taylor did well to return that one. $30.15 here on the Novak serve at 3-4. I do remember Ghosty. I do, yeah. It was very funny. Forgotten that. Second serve here. Is that 47 minutes? Wow. Just a return from Fritz. Just exchanging forehands here. And Novak goes long, so at 30 all. Fritz hasn't had a break point yet, has he?
Yeah, definitely not.
Oh, no, but he did. He didn't have 15-40, did he? Did I imagine that?
15-30, he did.
15-30, yeah.
But break points? No. Unless I'm misremembering now, but maybe I started focusing, too much on the stats and looking it up, and maybe I didn't see it, but no, I don't think so.
Good serve from Novak there down the tee, 40-30.
Yeah, Fritz already saved 6 so far, but he's holding up still. In the lead, even for a brief moment, maybe, but he's in the lead. Technically, at least.
Fritz or Tsitsipas, who had a greater chance going into this match of doing something, winning a set, winning the match, whatever you want to call it?
Probably Tsitsipas. I mean, overall, he is the better player. He's had some, if not wins, since 2018, close matches with Novak. I guess has like the more, I don't want to say like I know the backhand weaknesses and all, but like he has probably a bit of a more full package, just more tools at his disposal to come up against Novak, if that makes sense. But yeah, both pretty low for sure. And also Tsitsipas has become like very irrelevant recently.
Yeah.
If he doesn't have a good clay season, we might see him like at number 15 around the summer. It would be a bit rough. But
what's he defending? Not a huge amount now. I mean, Australia was the one.
No, he's only defending a lot of good results in the clay swing. Otherwise, he doesn't have much. Well, Los Cabos, but it's 250 points. These guys have like about 3K, so 250 isn't that big a deal at that stage yet. And there's also a big gap, I think, between the top like 13 in the rankings right now and the rest. So it's more so Ruud who's in trouble at the French.
Yes.
And also Otto Virtanen in March. It's very random, but he is defending over half his points in March. So
Novak doing what he had to do there. Decent return. Then puts the forehand away, up 30.
Yeah. Is this the moment?
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, I don't know if maybe this is the physical issues from his round 1 coming back as well. I don't know, but like Fritz looks incredibly slow today. I don't know if he just didn't get his feet going or whatever, or hasn't yet, hopefully. But
I mean, he saved 6 break points, but there's a very good chance he'll have to save some more. Though he's back to 15-30 here.
I suppose after the this much anyway, even if it ends after the projected start of the night session, they will still need to let out the people who had the day session tickets and do that whole thing, right? So it will be a longer break probably for us, I suppose. Ooh. that will be a good moment to eat something then, I guess.
Taylor, they're going wide, trying to paint the line. 2 more break points for Novak Djokovic.
And yeah, I'm already starting to think about the end of the match. Sorry, guys, but well, we are watching certainly a clash that is expected to be somewhat lopsided. So that's where I'm already going there. Wow. The Australian Open streams are really special with all the yawning, with all the sleepy talk. That was out?
Yeah, it was close, but it was out. I mean, it didn't seem to be out, but yeah, it was, yeah.
We didn't really get a clear look on the line, off the line, I think. But yeah, now on the replay, indeed was out. No comment, no questions to Hawkeye Live there. Yeah, no, Ostapenko would be satisfied with the performance. Or actually, no, she wouldn't be. Regardless of the call, she wouldn't be. Yeah, no, Ostapenko, by the way, in the doubles semifinals earlier today, she, along with Kichenok, beat Garcia Mladenovic.
Oh, okay. Garcia's been tweeting a bit recently.
Yeah, I saw that one yesterday about like being too old for some company, I guess, that wanted to potentially sponsor her, or she wanted to be sponsored by them, I guess, since they actually said no.
Oh, what are you doing there, Taylor? Oh, you got away with that one. You got away with that one. His team there going, yeah, well done, and pointing to their heads. Jake was very funny in the chat at one point during the previous match. He said we might all need therapy, and to talk about how we were there to watch Goff Kostyuk Australian Open 2024. Survived or otherwise.
That's funny, Ghosty, that you said this, because literally just a second ago I was sitting there and thinking, wait, so why is she famous again? And I honestly couldn't tell you. But yeah, Agassi returning something there from Ghosty. Like Andre sure had maybe more flashy style, but you know, it's not the winners that make a great returner. The winners are fine. The winners are exquisite, and yeah, the winners are beautiful. But it's actually like the quality of an average return that will sort of bring you to that. I do think, of course, Andre is very high on the list, but it's not really a contest with Novak, I think.
Hey, guys.
Novak is also facing better servers.
Cam Norrie fan club member is here.
On average, at least.
That was.
I don't think Damien can hear us, by the way. I don't know.
I can.
Oh, you can. Okay.
I was just finishing my sentence before interacting with yours.
Well, let's see if Taylor can hold here, and then there might be something to talk about.
Well, Ghost, you may laugh, but like influencer is actually a job now. Maybe content creator as well. You can write that on your tax returns.
5-4. And Taylor Fritz has saved, I think,
8 as a whole.
8 points. Yeah, 8 points.
Yeah.
So there you go. Well done, Taylor.
Good stuff. Yeah, Krejcikova Sabalenka later today. So
so exciting! Wow, I cannot wait for that match.
Dude. I altered my sleep schedule just around that match. So
Nori Krejcikova mixed doubles. That's what we need. Next slam. Roland Garros, they're taking it. They're taking it. It's there. It's the title is theirs. Such a talented player. And Cameron Norrie.
Cameron Norrie is talent personified. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Cam Norrie. Somebody said that they think this is going to be a better year for Cam on Twitter earlier.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing a lot more aggressive. And like,
Well, it's just not something we know by now, I think. I mean, he keeps up this mindset. He plays like this in the important matches, sure.
Yeah, he usually starts the year pretty well, but then, you know, it doesn't always continue, so.
I mean, usually as in 2023, really, right?
Yeah. Like last year, though, he didn't really peak in Australia. He peaked in...
No, not in Australia, but yeah. Like, that's really the only year where we've had that.
Yeah.
It's not quite a Roberto Bautista, a good story.
Mm-hmm. Pretty similar.
I just want to say that it's not quite. Because, like, this is literally the first time we've had this for Norrie. So, 2023, where, like, he starts the year well and then falls off.
Yeah, because Bautista Agut is like a very much January,
February player, yeah.
Yeah.
Which makes it a bit worrying that this time January wasn't that good for him. Although he did draw Ben Shelton in the opening round of the Australian Open. So I guess that's one of the disadvantages of not being a seed anymore. You just don't have any control over that. Could have been Novak Djokovic. Or Daniel Medvedev, in which case Roberto Bautista Agut would be like, yeah, bring it on.
RBA versus Delpo at the AO. Great memory, says Jake.
Yeah, being in the day certainly helps Fritz a little bit, for sure.
Jim Curry.
Then again, Novak is also holding more easily.
Yeah.
Besides, it was never... Oh, never mind, actually.
Also, I think it's going to be getting cooler soon, I would imagine. What time is it right now in Australia? Like...
They started today at 1, so it has to be 10 hours from me, so it's about to be 6, yeah.
Almost 6, yeah.
5:45.
Start cooling down soon.
Apart from the US Open, have you done any other slams, Vanch?
No, I haven't even done the US Open yet. I've only done Wimbledon.
Oh, you've done Wimbledon?
Yeah.
Oh, how about that? 2018?
Yeah, I was there for like the semis and the finals, but I actually didn't get there in time for Djokovic Nadal, believe it or not.
Oh, so you...
So how is that possible?
It was over 2 days, Friday, Saturday.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
but it's the
actually,
last...
I got there on the second day, and I watched the 4th and 5th set from like my flat, and then we went right after that to go see the. Then I saw the women's final, and then I saw like the.
So you weren't there for the semifinals then?
Yeah, I guess I wasn't on site, but I was in.
But if you say I was at Wimbledon for the semis and the final.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you said for the semis, and I was like, but this is the last semi of both men's and women's. So how is that possible?
It's like me going to Melbourne now, not going to the tennis school, but me saying I was there for the quarterfinals onwards.
But yeah, I mean, it's
30 all second serve, by the way.
Oh shoot! Wait.
Women's final that year, 2018. Was that a good show? I guess it was.
Selena Kerber, yeah.
Ugh, Taylor.
Of course, also Swiatek won the girls juniors.
Oh yeah, right. But were you there for the girls' juniors?
I think I was there, but like I hadn't quite processed,
Who won the boys, by the way?
The boys
Chun
was
Sin-seng?
playing against Draper.
Chun Sin-seng
That
against
I did
Draper.
watch.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking, like, Draper is going to be really good.
So much better despite losing to.
Yeah, despite losing the final, I know.
Yeah, that happens a lot in the juniors for sure.
Yeah.
Does Fritz have a chance, Vanch?
To win a set, yeah. To win the match, no. I mean, like, this set is pretty important for him. If he doesn't get this set, yeah, then his chances go way down.
5-all. Couple of loose-ish points from Taylor. Do you think Taylor would be as good as he is, though, without, being able to communicate with his box, and in particular his girlfriend, who I'm sure has given him excellent tactical advice over the last 18 months? Maybe she said, go for Rafa's forehand in that quarterfinal in Wimbledon.
No, but without his fitness coach, probably not. Not without Mike Russell. That's probably been the biggest improvement for him. Like the movement and the athleticism, like it's still not at
Damien
the level
remains to be convinced. Certainly about the.
I mean, today he's really slow.
Yeah. I mean, he's always going to be slow. Like Djokovic is going to.
I'm not saying no, but he was moving much better against Marozsan or Tsitsipas, you know.
Yeah.
Today he's like so heavy-footed. I don't know. Maybe he hasn't gotten out of bed really. Maybe he hasn't gotten his feet going yet. But, yeah. But he does look like really like John Isner today.
Yeah. So far he's just sort of letting the
But he's up on the scoreboard. He's actually leading, and when he had to make like one step here, he fires that backhand down the line.
Yeah, I mean against Tsitsipas, he was very well defending, but also it was a decent matchup for him.
Well, he's got 3 game points here. I mean, a Taylor comfortable service game doesn't feel like it's happened that often.
Actually, against Tsitsipas and Rublev, I fancy his chances quite a bit every time they play.
6-5, so we might get a tie break. Well, I mean, we might get a tiebreaker or 7-5, but yeah. Putting the ice towel around his neck. Novak sort of bringing out his inner Cincinnati here. I mean, Damien and I were there for Cincinnati. I mean, we weren't actually there. We were. We're on the same planet. We're on the same planet.
See, the thing is, I just threw it in because like I was so close, but it wasn't there. It's like I got there, like, and then we reached Wimbledon, and it was.
I was there for the JFK assassination. I mean, I wasn't actually there, but not there in Dallas when it happened. But I was born, a few years later on the same planet.
Sure. Oh, John, so that's a bit of a hint in regards to your age. A few years after the Kennedy assassination. Although I think it's probably more than a few.
Yeah, it is more than a few, yeah. A lot more than a few. It was just an expression. I was too caught up in the joke. But of course, someone who was really there in Cincinnati is Vanch. I mean, just some images.
I was actually there.
Yes, I know you were, yeah. What's that? He's inhaling there, something. He's not asthmatic, is he, Djokovic? Or did he have something like that earlier in his career? He didn't have some asthma issues, no.
He had like celiac disease, right?
There's the famous match against Songa, isn't there, where he was really struggling physically.
Yeah, that's when there's this like Dr. Stovic, something like that. Stovic?
Yeah, I interviewed him about 6 months ago.
Oh yeah, that's right. He did come on Talking Tennis.
Friend of the show.
Yeah.
We don't need to. We don't need to put him in the same bracket as Liam Brody and Lauda Siegmund.
Because he's not a tennis player, but you know, we can still call him a friend of the show, I think.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so I could have Adolf Hitler on, yeah, for an interview. Right. If he's on, I mean, if Putin goes on CNN, right, and I'm sure he's been on CNN, they don't go, hey, Vladdy, friend of the show.
But we have a different community here, you know. We just
look at that again,
built it.
another drop shot. Fritz is
We
like,
built
why
it
do I need to come
differently than
forward? I got a
CNN.
drop shot, man. Because I ain't good at
Yeah.
the net, but I'm good at using my big forehand and then doing a drop shot.
That drop shot has been really good for him this event as well.
Yeah. Like, of course, there was that break point in the fourth set against Tsitsipas where he hits a backhand on the line and follows it up with a nice drop shot.
Jake. I don't know if Adolf Hitler and LOL has ever been used in a sentence before, but Jake has just done it.
Probably yes. I mean, over the years on the internet, all the jokes about Hitler knowing nothing about the Holocaust, and also about the Austrian painter who was not allowed to enroll into the university or like whatever, and then of course destroyed half the world. So I think, yeah, it's a high chance. Earlier, when you said that Vansh was actually there, I thought you were going to continue the JFK metaphor, and I thought you were going to say that we know that Lee Harvey Oswald was definitely there, and then I was going to say, do we? And yeah, a whole conspiracy theory talk was going to ensue, but thankfully it didn't go into that avenue.
I share a birthday with Lee Harvey Oswald. I mean, not the same date, obviously, but the actual day.
What?
Lee.
Okay, so not the same.
Yeah. Martina Navratilova as well, and Michael Stich. All three of us, all four of us, same date.
Oh, there you go. A good cross-court backhand.
Yeah, 15:30. Here we go.
I think exactly when he set up 15:30 in that.
That is why he's in my top 5 for the ball striking. By the way, not like that.
When it was 1-2 in the and it was also 15:30, he set up that 15:30 with exactly the same shot.
Yeah, this exactly the same one, literally.
Yeah.
Oh, he got it. Wow, that was so close to the line. Forehand down the line winner.
Wow.
Wow.
Vansh,
he took a lot of risk.
Patriotism here coming out.
Yeah, Vansh is definitely.
Well, I mean, I just want this match to be close.
Coming in for Fritz here, but no, I mean, sure, he saved 8 set points. Now 8 break points. Now 2 set points for him here. First opportunity, and he's actually stepping up to take it as well. Like that forehand was not. It was way too close for comfort, but still.
Yeah, I know.
He went for it, I guess. So he gets the reward for that.
Just breathe easy. Don't know.
It's not a great matchup for him, but I felt like he didn't play at all anywhere near his capability in Cincy and New York. Oh, that was a very good save from Djokovic. That is too good. Oh, wow, it's getting off the line.
Back to Juice.
Two first serves. Okay.
Yeah, Djokovic's first serve percentage has been around like 50% the entire set, but then of course 2 set points down he finds 2 of them.
Yeah.
So like so much spin on that first set point on the first forehand, and even the finish was actually pretty tough. But I guess Djokovic is like the best at hitting these shoulder height backhands. So if Taylor Fritz was gonna have a ball like this, he would miss.
It's moving well to stay in this rally, but let's see if we can actually get on the attack here because he's still sort of defending. I decided to go big down the line there. I don't know if that was the right ball to go down the line on, but that is what happens when you play Djokovic.
Well, he cannot really afford to be like, playing these 30 shot rallies with Novak here. Just
Yeah.
keep
So you have to pull the
getting
trigger.
dragged all over the court. Has to at some point, maybe, even at the risk of losing the point.
Yeah.
I don't know if maybe it's here, at deuce in particular.
Yeah, I think he could have.
Point away from the set. I mean, point away from another set point. Maybe this is actually a different case anyway.
Something with the crowd again, or what? Are they trying to poke the bear? Is that what it is?
Poke the bear, yeah.
Djokovic was the first to miss there.
Back to juice.
This is one of those games that Djokovic holds. He's going to do a big roar. I can feel it.
Was there a big roar after the... I guess Fritz won the opening game. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, it was like a 16-minute first game.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
Which means that Taylor Fritz will win the match because he has the magic of Denis Istomin today.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Isn't it? They had like a 21-minute first game, and then at the end, like, Djokovic was like...
When I started reading about it, it said 16 minutes as well on the internet. But
he said, then what was the comment then? Like, yeah, then Novak was like, oh, we should go straight to the tiebreak or something. Maybe I got that wrong, but...
I guess, yeah, something like that.
Oh, there we go. Maybe he'll let it out if he wins the first set, actually.
Yeah, no roar so far.
So,
tiebreak
it is.
Time in the crowd. Yeah, I wasn't sure what that was. Because don't have the volume on. Of course, the first set of their 2021 match was also a tiebreak.
That went the way of Novak, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
If Novak lost that day, who wins the Australian Open? It's not easy. Yeah. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, yes, Taylor.
It's the Coco Golf.
Uh-oh. Yeah, Coco missed a lot of those today.
Coco missed like 10 drive volleys today.
Yeah.
They weren't usually like, she wasn't usually blasting through them like Fritz was trying to here. Like she was usually just trying to roll them in. So
I don't think I've ever seen
maybe
make 3 times the amount of unforced errors and win 6-2 in the third. Like that is a huge. token of
Well,
like winning ugly.
yeah, but it's not like the opponent was playing well, you know?
No, like I think
Like
Novak,
winning
Carlsen
ugly is
was
all
much
about
better.
like not being at your best, I guess, but the opponent is playing well, but you still produce. Like this was just a horror show.
I don't think this will be going in one of the matches of the year that we do at
No,
I think it'll be in the
No.
short list.
I don't think so. Maybe the semifinal will. Or maybe
This is
Krejcikova's famous win against Sabalenka.
yeah, that's right.
Cam Nori against Alexander Zverev?
Mm,
I don't think so either.
probably not.
Blink of Rebecca.
Yeah, I think that'll be on there.
Yeah,
If
we
it
said
has to.
earlier that this is like a guaranteed top 7. Or top 5, as you said you wanted to do, probably.
3-0 and ace there for Novak.
Yeah. Of course, he hasn't done that much wrong apart from that smash. That was a big point to lose. We'll see if he can keep it to just one mini break. Yeah, Fritz is not going to be able to pull it off. He's not wearing those cool glasses. Like Changin is doing. That's the key. You need to be wearing glasses in order to beat Djokovic.
Janko Tipsarevic could have beaten Djokovic at the Australian Open as well.
Yeah, but I don't think they ever played, right?
At the Australian Open? I don't think so. He did almost beat Federer, though.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, there we go. There is the roar. Yeah, I knew it would come at some point. That is definitely the end of this tiebreak.
It would be funny if Novak loses from here, like just, sort of unleashes the energy now at 4-0 and then loses the next 7 points. But no, probably no. Is this where the match is over as well? It feels like it.
We'll see. Like, maybe the second set can be competitive too. I don't know. Still got the serve. Spilling him out.
Four 1 here. Novak to serve with 2 mini break advantages.
Oh, yeah. Djokovic playing one of his usual can't make an unforced error tie breaks.
Yeah, also hasn't really had like many opportunities to be honest. Most points don't exactly go long. And like here, how do you make an unforced error?
Yeah, but like he doesn't have those mistakes like what Fritz has in the when he has the put away shot. He's just much more comfortable.
Yeah.
Especially like moving forward. Like there's also a lot of approach shots that Fritz just kind of misses sometimes because he's probably just thinking about having to hit a volley. And he knows that's not one of his strengths. And so he's
because he can't move. Which is also pretty important on approach shots. Like you're actually
going
like he
forward. He also missed.
It's not usual positioning. It's not like his usual contact point. It's you have to improvise a touch maybe a lot of the time.
Although he did hit
the ball is
really
lower.
Backhand drop volley in the first game in that 16 minutes. He hit this really nice touch on the backhand drop volley. I was like, oh, wow.
Yeah.
That is about as good as Fritz has ever hit a volley.
That's a little harsh, but okay. Yeah, it was a very good
I haven't seen him make a tougher volley than that. Maybe sort of a half volley, but like not a regular one. Or a regular drop volley without letting it bounce. Oh, Djokovic is now dragging him forward, and yeah, that's like the perfect play against Fritz right there.
That's just a valley you don't want to be in.
Yeah. Yeah. Although that's like... That's almost like a Federer play right there. It's like what Federer used to do to Roddick and a bunch of other players.
Yeah, this wasn't as. I would say this was still like a little tough. Like he actually had to make a reasonably tough pass. His advantage over Fritz in the point after that, almost a short slice, I guess, wasn't actually that big. Like it wasn't too safe.
Yeah.
I have Nick Kyrgios on my screen.
I mean, I can't say he didn't. I can't say that Fritz was so stubborn this time that he didn't try things. I mean, he definitely played about as well as he can play. Like
the set as a whole, or
yeah, like overall. I mean,
yeah,
I think he's done that.
I mean, he saved 8 break points, and without that, the set probably is like 6-3 or 6-4. So that's perhaps not that doesn't bode too well for the second set. But yeah,
had 2 set points.
What else can you do, really? Yeah, he kept it close. He gained a couple of set points with actually some pretty crazy winners that game. But yeah, then he just gets served off the court on both set points, and the tiebreak is just one mistake and it's gone, really. So, of course, there were 2 mistakes eventually, but like one was the most important one, the opening point.
Yeah, that does not go over to the net court.
And that's the set done. Nearly got a net court there.
Wow, 84 minutes, but the first 16 minutes was just that one game. But
yeah,
that's kind of where Djokovic.
The next 2 sets could last as long as this first one, actually.
Yeah, maybe it'll be like a 2020 Australian Open semifinal type scoreline.
I can check that, Jake. When it comes to the tie breaks, of course, Novak, as you said, is very high. Hubi actually will have pretty poor tiebreak stats.
I think Djokovic is the best tiebreak player of all time.
Yeah, right now he is. It used to be Federer. He actually gained the lead on him there, but probably the question is more about, I guess, right now. Although we can look at both careers and right now actually, but of
course, this year he's actually lost 2 tiebreaks.
Really like around the 50% tiebreak record until a certain point. I think after that he started winning more of them, but he also started winning more sets, so it's not that obvious. But I will check that just in a moment.
Yeah, I think I actually have his exact year by year tiebreak record. I was doing it for some article.
Anyway, when it comes to the last 52 weeks, Djokovic leads the tour 76%. 71% is Ofner Tabilo, then 70% Alcaraz. So for Hurkacz, I have to go down.
No, Hurkacz is not great. Last year he was 32 and 28. So he's like
52% for Hurkacz. And that's out of 50 players that are included here for whatever reason. Actually, the whole list is 78 players. I don't know what the criteria is, but anyway, these are like the main players on the tour, on the ATP tour anyway. So Hurkacz is actually just Hurkacz is really lower down. So basically, Djokovic, Alcaraz, Rune from the big guns. And when it comes to the whole career, let me look at that as well, because Ghosty is also asking about it. Well, there are some very random players here. Let's say from someone who will have Pat Cash actually has a better stat line than Novak, I guess. Yeah, Pat Cash has a better stat line than Novak. Constant Lestienne has 77%, but of course that's sample size. So I'm only really looking at players who are like, all-time greats, Grand Slam champions, top 10, whatever. Then you have
it goes Djokovic, Federer, Arthur Ashe, Gomez,
not really.
And then Sampras is 5th.
Well, Pat Cash is the first, actually.
With how many tiebreaks?
Probably a lot of them. Like, it's Pat Cash. Like, he had a lot of tiebreaks.
Yeah,
he had a full career, That stat that you have is probably like tailored in order for Djokovic to be first, basically. But yeah, I'm only looking at these ones which would have sample size. And that's Cash, Djokovic, Federer, Sampras, Alcaraz. something like that. Yeah.
I
Sampras
don't
would be
remember seeing
pretty
Cash
good.
on this list. That is weird because I
That's
remember
what the
doing
ATP
this
says. 68% almost.
Really? Wow. Okay. We'll have to check that.
I don't know if Arthur Ashe is on this list actually here. Yeah, I don't even have Arthur Ashe on this list. But anyway, I again, I don't know what the criteria exactly is, but yeah, Pat Cash apparently has an excellent tiebreak record. But otherwise, besides Pat Cash, it's literally just only players who will have very small one. Andres Gomez? I wasn't talking about Andres Gomez, no. I don't think I said his name though, no.
Coffee time. Do hit the like button, and if you're new to the channel, click subscribe as we await the players to return to the court. Novak winning that tiebreaker fairly comfortably, 7-3, of course, having to save 2 set points. Was it 2 big serves that he saved those set points on?
Yep.
Yeah. No. Yeah. One was biggish. Then he gets a lot of spin on the +1 forehand and finishes it off with the backhand cross, which was actually still fairly tough. Actually, another website gives me Pat Cash's tiebreak record 53%. So
yeah, I don't
know
think Cash is on that list because when I did this,
well,
it says as of June.
He is on the ATP website. He is on the ATP website. That's all I'm trying to say, you know? That's literally the ATP tour.
So weird.
That's literally atptour.com. However, an explanation that I have in mind, I have to see if there are players here who played before the year 1990. Because technically speaking, actually they are, yeah. Like Jimmy Arias is here.
Oh, okay. You know what? Then maybe it must be 1990 onwards.
I think that's the only explanation that we have here, because the ATP Tour technically exists since like 1990. So I think we can probably throw that Pat Cash tiebreak record out of the window. But well, basically, for anyone who has a decent sample size, Djokovic is first.
Yeah.
Then you have Federer. Arthur Fils is actually currently very high as well. But of course, for Arthur, it's not going to be huge yet. But yeah, Sampras and Alcaraz. Alcaraz, I think we can already count as having a decent sample size. But looks like the ATP website's leaderboards might only be showing stats only from 1990 onwards.
That's what I got. I got it from the leaderboard.
Well, that's where I checked. On the ATP leaderboards, Pat Cash has 68% tiebreaks won. So I think this might actually be showing 1990 and onwards. If it is, it should be specified, needless to say. But I don't think it is. But yeah, that's the ATP Tour website. Leaderboards 68% for Pat Cash, which apparently isn't exactly true.
What do you like in a tiebreak, Damien?
What do I like in a tiebreak?
What do you like? Are you lockdown mode? Are you Novak-esque?
I rarely play tiebreaks, honestly.
Yeah, I don't play them that often. Because I mean, you're losing 6-2, 6-1, I guess. So you're
winning. I really don't remember the last time I played the tiebreak. So I haven't really done it all that much, honestly. I don't feel like I have a style. I guess I just, go along with what I was doing the whole set, really. I don't feel like I update my strategy, really, because it's a tiebreak. But yeah, that's because I don't really remember playing that many of them. Of course, it definitely happened from time to time, but Sometimes we just play a tiebreak, like when you have an hour on the court, or like 2 hours or 3 hours, whatever, and you play, and there's like 10 minutes left, and then we sometimes play a tiebreak to 7 or 10. But then it doesn't really, like, the pressure isn't like it, because you're literally just playing the tiebreak. Like the match is already over, you're playing just the tiebreak. So then I obviously go all out. Then I just swing super freely. I go to the net 5 times. I lose 3 of these points. but yeah, that's of course very different, because there's no actual pressure. So
I'd love to see someone do a sort of Novak Raw whilst playing Novak.
Ben Shelton, looking at you.
Yeah. Might need to be you, Ben. Stepping up. I mean, you don't want to do it in a silly way. You don't want to go love 15, and then you could do it at the beginning of the match. You win the first point.
Ben could do it. My Eurosport stream is currently on end of program.
Oh, so yeah, that's very annoying when they do that.
I guess I'll have to move to the other one and just be a little
Taylor.
wary of spoilers, let's say.
Yeah, apart from those 2 set points, I mean, Taylor has not managed to get to break point on Djokovic, so in any other game.
No.
Yeah. And he might never have a break point again against Djokovic. Anyway, I'll be back in like 3.
Are they all right now?
He's got 24 on his shoes. I'm at 30 all. But my stream can go forward another 10 seconds. Taylor.
Yeah, it was just the backhand wide. I wonder if he can just do something more on Djokovic's second serve. It's like step
Go
in
bigger, you mean?
more aggressive. Yeah. Or second serve return, I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, like now, let's see if he stands up in the court and tries to be aggressive. Or if he just goes back. Oh, he did actually move in a little bit, and Djokovic maybe saw him and double faulted.
He did try that on a previous serve. I don't know if it was in the tiebreak or not. And it didn't quite work. Coming in on it, I mean. I think he hit it wide.
Thing is, he actually can go big on the second serve, and usually it works for him. But that time he's sort of looking at Goran like, why did you tell me to go big?
Does Goran give him a nod, do you think, sometimes to say, like, in other words, suggesting go big?
Oh, yeah, I think sometimes. Or who is his other coach, the hitting partner?
I'm not sure of his name.
Gomez Pereira or something like that.
Okay, yeah.
Wow, that's 2 double faults in a row.
Is he a guy who used to play a lot of challengers, maybe? That might be a guy that Carlos knows. Carlos the Magician. Yeah, 2 double faults in a row there.
Yeah, maybe Carlos knows him. It's possible. I remember he just played doubles with him in one of the Wimbledon tune-ups. I think it was 2021. 2021, yeah. They got to the final in doubles. And then Gomez Pereira.
Oh, by the way, Damien said he might not have another break point, and a minute later, Fritz has a break point.
Yeah.
5 faults in a row at the moment, because it's going to be a second serve for Novak when he stops bouncing. Stepping in on this.
Oh, man. Taylor,
Taylor, yeah.
You were in the rally, you know. That is the exact shot that you wanted. But you just have to keep it inside the baseline. And just didn't really commit to it. Yeah, I don't know if he'll get another chance this game. Let's see.
Yeah, I think Goran was considered a serve bot, Ghosty. I mean, there was lots of other elements of his game that weren't that great, let's say. I think he had pretty much the biggest serve on the tour at the time.
Yeah, and like the most aces, right?
Right, yeah. And I think people were saying it, maybe not in those terms, because the expression serve bot didn't exist.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he was more aggressive on the second serve return, got a good strike in, leaned into the backhand cross when Djokovic actually missed it.
2 break
For him,
points.
it's a fairly neutral backhand, actually. For Djokovic.
Yeah.
So
Wimbledon
yeah,
tiebreak-esque.
that's right. Yeah, so you have to take advantage when Djokovic's bubble is dipping a little bit, like in this game.
Backhand return. Forehand Novak. Good depth there from Taylor.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, that works. And he was able to neutralize the first serve, and then
Does it?
he was able to go on the attack. Got a lot of help from Djokovic, but you know, if he hadn't broken in that game, then oof.
Yeah. Good thing is there's still a bit of belief in Taylor. I mean, there's so many players that would just disappear after losing that first
Yeah, but that's why when Damien was saying like, oh, you know, it's going to be a blow at the next 2 sets, maybe I was sort of thinking like maybe, you know, it could be competitive for a little longer because Fritz is definitely one of the best competitors on the tour. That is actually a pretty big strength in his game.
It didn't look the most aesthetically pleasing of putaways,
No,
but it did.
no. He was like swinging on the volley. It's not.
That's the sort of volley I would do, and if there was a coach nearby, they would say, "Listen, you're not. It's not. You don't do it like that."
To swing, yeah. But yeah,
I mean, sometimes, by the way, you can make a mistake technically, and the ball, you know, goes into the net, goes long or whatever, and you kind of know it. But sometimes I've had annoying coaches that have said, you didn't do that right because you didn't. And I'm like, yeah, I know I didn't. And I don't always do it like that. I just, for some reason, but you could do that with Rafa Nadal at Roland Garros with that volley in that tiebreak against Novak in 2021. And I think Nadal is up a mini break, and this is Rafa Nadal, you know, the best clay court player of all time, and one of the best volleyers of all time. And yeah, you don't get Carlos Moya saying, "Hang on, sorry, your technique was all wrong there, Rafa."
Yeah.
Now we need some comfortable holds here for Taylor. Good depth there. Or has it gone too long?
Yeah,
it's gone too long. 15-all. Close call. Ah, nice ace. Ghosty likes Fritz. I've never found him that amazingly interesting to watch.
At least he's maximizing his talent. That's all you can really ask.
If Fritz holds, he's going to get a shock when he returns, yeah. Which is far from certain now at 30-all.
So he's got to make his first serves in this game.
Mm-hmm. So his second serve in. Of course, Novak getting broken thanks to back-to-back double faults.
Yeah. And that was a good play. Good change of direction on the backhand.
Yeah. Which he has to do from time to time.
Actually, it kind of reminded me when Djokovic was defending on the Melbourne side. It was the same type of split step move that happened in 2021 when he had that oblique tear.
Uh-huh.
It was like a move like this at the start of the third set.
Okay.
On the forehand.
Okay.
But it was, it's like one of those really rare injuries.
That was no crowd, and I think the roof might have been closed as well, or maybe it's just a night match. I don't remember.
Yeah, I think there was a curfew, right? And then the crowd left. We had a crowd in the beginning, and then it finished without a crowd.
Great defense from Novak there.
Yeah, that's just stupid. Fritz kind of had to go big on that one, otherwise he was going to lose the point anyway. So
apparently, I'm going to get the shock of my life when I see the score. It's not the shock of my life, but I am surprised, and I'm also surprised with the fact that it's only the second game, because I believed I was going to come back for I don't know, a 4-2 lead for Novak. No, maybe that's a stretch, but a 3-1 lead maybe.
Yeah, Fritz was helped a little bit in that first game. A couple of double faults from Djokovic, backhand unforced error, just a little bit of a dip. But Fritz, if he hadn't taken advantage of that game, that would have been big trouble. But now he needs to hold here.
Yeah, that's quite interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Fritz is competing pretty hard. He's playing about as well as he can play given his strengths. He's focusing a lot on maximizing his strengths, which is power baselining, but also changing direction sometimes.
Change the direction.
Which has been effective against Djokovic, especially when Djokovic is behind the baseline and changing to continental grip to defend on his forehand. But that's been a successful play for him. I think he's hit the T serve really well on the deuce side. A couple of big serves in those moments. And honestly, he didn't do that much wrong on the set points that Djokovic saved in the first set. Just one swing ball he missed in the tiebreak, and that was all it really was. So I like the way he competed.
Now he finds a nice T serve on the outside. So this is the set that Taylor Fritz needs to win, and this is the set that he is now leading in.
That's a comprehensive answer to Jake's question as well.
That is such a good serve right there. That was perfectly placed. 202.
Nice.
On the tee. So yeah, this is already better than 2021. Much better than the matches he played in last year against Djokovic, where he did not bring his best level at all.
And by the way, this will be a very long day of Australian Open action.
Yep.
The night session will not start at 9 a.m. my time or at 7 p.m. Australian time. It will actually start much, much later, which again is just a stupid decision from the organizers.
I wonder if ESPN pulled some strings to try to get this prime time for us. Because 6 p.m., but I wonder if it sort of backfired. 6 p.m. is just so late, especially for those in the Eastern time zone. Because I looked at the schedule. Yeah, the match today started at 6 p.m. my time, which the previous days has been starting at either 4 or 5. And tomorrow it's back to 5. So
today's quarterfinal, right? Yes. So maybe no last ball today.
And also the other thing is that they have a women's match in the night session tomorrow. So the winner of that match is going to be at a disadvantage when it comes to
the rest. We were talking about it at the beginning of the stream. It's weird, I guess. they would have to like reorganize the tickets a little bit in order to not make it happen. But I suppose this was planned already weeks in advance. But yeah, it's not exactly fair to Zheng or Kalinskaya.
Yeah. I suppose they'll play both the semis at night, right?
Yeah. And I don't know. Tomorrow they are coming back to the usual noon start in Australian time. So
Yeah.
I don't really understand it, but yeah, because Kostyuk went long and because Djokovic Fritz also is going long, even if it's going to be in 3 sets, it's already going to be long.
To do with the TV audience, yeah. I wonder if like the TV networks have a say in this, like ESPN in the States, or like, especially because I'm saying ESPN because of course Coco.
But like, aren't the hours like weeks in advance on the tournament schedule?
Are they? I don't know.
I don't know. Let's check that. I guess at the Australian Open, they only give you what rounds will be there rather than the time. Very often the tournaments come up with the times as well. Of course, that can still be changed depending on the circumstances. But yeah, this will now just be another after midnight finish for Rublev Sinner. And maybe even long after midnight, who knows? Of course, this match might end in like 60 minutes if suddenly Djokovic starts dominating it, but so far he kind of hasn't been.
Oh, there's this funny thing. So Kostyuk's husband was wearing this hat which said "Shake your Coco."
Yeah.
And so Coco Golf goes on Instagram and just writes a caption that says "Shaky Shake." With like a reel of her match point. I wonder if that was just a dig at him. I don't know if that's going to go down too well with Twitter, but anyway.
I mean, Shake Your Cocos isn't exactly a very negative comment, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, no, it's not a dig at golf or something. I mean, he probably found it funny, I suppose, given the first name of the opponent.
It's a lovely forehand there. Really low net clearance from Taylor.
Kostyuk also had such a good chance to keep her run over all the Belarusian and Russian players going, but of course she will not play Aryna Sabalenka in the semis, having already defeated Alina Avanesian and Maria Timofeyeva.
Last person to push Novak to 5 sets at a Grand Slam?
Laszlo Djere.
Very good.
Oh, yeah. That's true. I forgot about that. That's how unmemorable it was because once he went down.
The last 2 people, in fact, the only 2 people I can think of in the last 18 months, but I could be wrong on that. Yeah, I think so. The only 2 people in the last 18 months have been Laszlo Djere and Carlos Alcaraz.
Yeah. If we're going back to the Australian Open, then
yeah, because he won that without dropping a set, didn't he? The Australian Open. The French Open, did he have a 5-setter there?
No, Australian Open, he dropped the second set to Enzo Cuoco.
Enzo Cuoco, but not a 5-setter.
Not 5 sets, yeah.
Oh, not a 5, no. Yeah.
Oh, so yeah. Sorry, yeah, he did drop a set, yeah. Dropped a set at the French Open, did he, to Carlos?
He dropped a few at the French, but no,
and then one
never
to
two.
Khachanov.
Yeah, one to Khachanov, yeah.
So just 2 sets.
That was
Wimbledon,
close.
he dropped some. Wimbledon, he dropped a set to Hurkacz. She dropped a set to.
That was super close to that match for Khachanov. I mean, Khachanov wins the first set. The second set goes to a tie break. But I think maybe Khachanov might have had a couple of sniffs before the tie break.
Yeah, I remember the tiebreak was 7-love.
Yeah, exactly. Then Djokovic just from the tie break for the rest of the match, pretty much, until I think Djokovic is a breakup in the fourth. And
Yeah,
actually, I
then
think
he gets tied back to 4-all, and then
yeah.
then
But that period of like a set and a half, Djokovic is just perfect.
Yeah. Actually, the way the final of the French went and the final of AO were quite similar type of matches. You had like one tie break and then.
You mean boring?
Yeah.
I mean, Tsitsipas wasn't. Tsitsipas wasn't. I think all the sets were close. Ruud after the of opening set comeback of Novak, that was over.
Tsitsipas actually was pretty respectable in the sense.
Yeah,
like
it was.
He didn't get broken that much. I mean, he got broken twice maybe in the whole match. Yeah.
No, the Tsitsipas showing was really good. It's just that really good is not enough.
Of course, he also had that set point in the first set. And, Djokovic hits that.
Yeah, and that was in a rally, wasn't it?
Yeah. And then he went up a break in the third also, but then. And then he had Djokovic was up like 5-1 or something in the tie break, and then but it was 7-5 at the end. So, no, not bad. Never really thought he was ever going to lose, but
Yeah, they don't. These two finals don't really stand next to each other, definitely in terms of competitiveness. No.
You like this head-to-head, Vanch?
Yep, but of course Dubai, from 0-6-1-3 down. That is the one. But also they played a good match in Indian Wells, and that was 6-4 in the third. Then after that, it wasn't so competitive after that. But
I like that head-to-head, for the record.
Do you just hate Barbara Krejcikova? Like, what's your deal?
No, I mean, I just don't think she's a worthy Grand Slam finalist right now.
I'm going to separate you two.
Opposite to you, but I don't. Yeah, I just feel like it would be a massive bummer if she wins this match and we get Goff Krejcikova instead of Goff Sabalenka.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I do see that.
That's my only concern with Barbara Krejcikova.
She would deserve it though. That's all.
Depends on the match. Like, let's see, but maybe she will. Maybe she won't.
I would feel maybe slightly differently, but
I wouldn't.
He hates her, Vanch. He hates her.
I don't. I mean, I'm perfectly fine with Barbara Krejcikova. I just wasn't in San Diego.
There's something's happened that we don't know about Vanch. Something's happened. So Barbara and I, of course, we go way back. Vanch, of course, has got this thing, San Diego
one of those
thing
players
going
that goes under the radar, and then she goes on a big run, and then like everybody remembers.
It's bizarre. She is, but she does go under the. She sort of gives us some hope and expectations, and then flatters to deceive for 6 to 9 months, and then just when you forget about her, she pops up again.
I forgot John used to pick her for every event, so he also has like
for about 2 or 3 months.
Yeah. You have more of a personal connection then.
Well, no, for the new, but Vanch, you don't get much closer than coming to your hometown and winning the surfboard.
Not than Vanch, no.
Yeah, I mean, it was also a really good match against Kenin. I remember being pretty pleased with the quality of that final.
$15-all, big serve there from Taylor.
But the Alex Mikkelsen shows up again.
Oh. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Fritz has only made 1 point behind his second serve this whole set, so he's like really reliant on that first serve right now.
It's going to be some long service holds here if he is to get to winning this set. It's not going to be a game to 30 here and then a couple of love holds.
His backhand is staying so low, though. Oh. There's the Djokovic squash shot again on the defense. And you just knew when that went over the net that Fritz was gonna not have
miss
the hands
whatever the shot was going to be. He was gonna miss it. Like, this is where the overall lack of flexibility shows up big time. But honestly, he shouldn't have gone forehand cross. Like, he had the open line, but of course he did.
He did,
like,
yeah.
hit
But
it
if he just had a
powerfully
little better
enough.
touch and feel here, he could have.
Yeah, it's hard to do that though.
Yeah.
When you struggle with every single lower ball, basically.
Also, he didn't ever try to come forward on anything before it. So once he was sort of stranded and out of balance to try to come up with something, you knew it was just going to go in the net. It was so obvious. Yeah, because that would have been a tough shot for a lot of people, actually, because
it is uncomfortable, but
it's uncomfortable. Yeah, but you would,
Fritz
I think,
especially
7 out of 10 get that over the net at the very least, and then
especially in the top 10,
you're still attacking. Like, after that shot, you're still on the attack. It's not.
And this is.
You still expect to win it. Like, if you have something like this on match point, you still feel like, okay, so this was a massive opportunity because I was in control. But not Taylor Fritz, but he is saving breakpoints.
Yeah, he goes big on that forehand down the line. That was close. And then sets it up beautifully with the forehand. Nice.
Gets a round of applause from Novak. I always fear that you're in the most trouble you're in is when Novak is giving you a round of applause.
He's like, all right, you can have that one. I'll just go and knock down one now. And I'll play the long game. You can play the short game and have your little moments of success.
I mean, he wasn't applauding Novak in the fifth. Sorry, he wasn't applauding Carlos in the fifth set at Wimbledon.
Right now, this feels like their ATP Finals match, where I think Fritz was also up a break.
Yeah, I think he was serving for the first set.
And then that's when
backhand.
That's his backhand. Yeah.
My Eurosport stream came back alive. So.
Oh, he's held, has he?
He has indeed.
Wow.
Yeah, that's another thing. This match, he's been so good at saving break points. What is that? 3 for 3 this set and 11 out of 11 for the whole match.
Taylor's not been broken yet, has he? Taylor's not been broken.
No,
10 break points he's faced?
11. Saved all of them. Yeah.
0 from 11. If this was anyone else apart from Novak, we would be saying 0 from 11. That's just dreadful.
Yeah, but then he sort of made it up for it at 5-6, 15-40 at the very end of the set.
Yeah.
That's why we had the pressure points stat a few games ago, and it was actually Fritz leading because all the pressure points are happening on his serve. But when Djokovic was actually under pressure, he still won. Well, this is now, of course, a real chance to get this match back to level, and also to really frustrate Rublev, Sinner, Krejcikova, and Sabalenka.
I'm talking tennis.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what was the Andy Murray finishing at 6 p.m. Central
European 6 p.m. in European. But that was the same for Medvedev Rusevuori, more or less. A little earlier, but like an hour earlier. But still, it was almost 6 p.m., I think. At that point already.
That was a little better from Fritz because he decided to go big down the line instead of going back cross again. Yeah, I mean, this guy got to 5 in the world, for 3 or 4 weeks. There we go, Carlos in Sevilla.
It's funny because you said this guy got to 5 in the world at the same point as I was showing that picture. I was like, what, Carlos the magician? Carlos the Magician, top 5 ball striker in the world.
Yeah, Sean, but Acapulco is a little different because they start later in the day. Just like Los Cabos, UMAC, there are a few of these events. So in Acapulco, it's actually pretty common for the matches to go like that. You expect it entering the event. It works on different rules.
Hi, Gina. Hit the like button, please. There's no subscribe on Facebook, but there is a like button.
Was that the same day as like the Kozlov match that we were talking about yesterday, or no?
Yes, it was, because right after that was the
Oh, that's a lovely drop shot.
Sarah Brooksby, which also went like forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one that finished at 5 in the morning.
But the chair was in doubles, so I don't know if this was actually the same day.
It was in doubles, but the next day.
Next day, yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Who was Alexander Zverev facing?
I don't remember.
I don't have a clue.
It was a doubles match, wasn't it? Sorry?
It was.
Yeah.
It was alongside...
Very obvious who he was playing with, but
Yeah.
But I don't remember who he was playing against.
I don't think it was with his brother, was it? No, he wasn't playing with his brother.
No, he was playing with... No, you're right. He was playing
Melo.
with Melo.
Yeah.
With Marcelo Melo, for sure, yeah.
That's right, yeah.
But yeah.
For those of you just tuning in, do hit the like button. And if you haven't done so already, hit subscribe. Oh, Marta Kostyuk, 5-1. And set points at 5-3 and in the tiebreak.
Yeah, she blew that tiebreak horribly.
Yeah, some of those +1 forehands. And,
yeah, like 3 or 4 errors on 6 service points on the +1 shot, literally.
Bearing in mind how long the match was until the third set, in terms of 7-6, 6-7 or whatever, Coco Gauff had hit 9 winners by the time, like it was about 1-love in the third set or 1-all.
Yeah.
And it was like 9 winners off the racket of Coco.
Actually, it was Kostyuk who was, looking the stronger of the two in the first couple of games of the third. But when
she just ran out of steam, I think.
And when she didn't convert the game point and the break point in the next game, then it was all Coco after that.
I think at the end of the second set, or at some point, they showed the amount of court time, and it was something like 10 hours and 5 hours. It was like 50. It was like double the amount of court time that on court.
By the way, in case someone really wants to know that random info, but Glasspool and Heliovara were the opponents of Melo and Zverev.
So a good doubles team.
Yeah. No, Glasspool playing with Roger, I think. No, yeah, Glasspool playing with Roger, and who is Heliovara playing with? I don't even know, but also someone good for sure.
Okay, 15-love Taylor Fritz, edging closer towards this second set, but it really is edging. Novak Djokovic is 0 from 11 on break points. Oh, an ace there from Taylor.
He's serving really well this set. In terms of like the ace count is way up. 7 aces for this set so far. Of course, he also hit 5 in the first set.
12 aces is pretty good against Novak in a set and a half.
Yeah. I actually thought he might get out ace today.
Yeah, you said that somewhere, right? On one of the streams.
Yeah.
I recall that.
Yeah. Like
so Novak is not on 12, I'm assuming.
No. Djokovic is at 8 right now, so he still has ace to go.
Novak is on 6.
Yeah, still relatively close then.
Oh, what's Novak on?
8.
Oh, okay.
But when they played at the US Open, it was 6-1, 6-4, 6-4 for Djokovic, and yeah, it was 8-7 and aces for Fritz. So yeah, just one more. But yeah, this is maybe one category that Taylor can hold his own, and he kind of has to.
And the
Like, he really
breakpoint
has to.
saving category, evidently.
Yeah, although that hasn't always been a feature when they played. I think this is
Definitely not.
This is really a new for territory. I don't know what it was in Australia in 2021. I'd have to check, but I imagine it wasn't this good.
Well, more important how the match went rather than like, even if Taylor saved like 10 breakpoints in the second set, like, what does it matter? He still lost it. He still got broken. Then of course he wins the next two. Djokovic really in struggle town, but he wins the event later on.
What looked like a somewhat easy hold at 30 love is now turned into a very complicated game.
Yeah.
Can you save
Another game where he's going to have to save break points.
Can you save a 12th
12
one?
chances coming, yeah. 12 times the charm or not. 12 is a multiplier of 3, or rather the other way around. So
And he finds the first serve. Oh, and he hits a good volley in the open court. How about that?
I'm a few seconds behind you, so I just put you on mute while I turned sorry, not mute you, I turned you down.
Okay. Yeah,
no, it's fine, but yeah. So I
Even-
was about to pull a very ugly face at the shot before that Taylor did.
yeah, that was nice.
I mean, the result was nice, yeah.
the result was
No, I meant just like the execution on the volley. That was
Yeah, even that technically, I think we'd have to look at it again and go, that's another one of those Taylor volleys that we saw earlier.
I don't think he
the
had full control over it.
Exactly. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
I think he did let it float a little bit, and like, yeah, it was kind of just we'll see if it goes in. But yeah, it did, of course.
Yeah, although of course that was another second serve where he was having to really hit.
Gets a deep return down the middle, and again looked like Alex Mikkelsen against Hamad Medjedovic.
Oh yeah. I guess that was a lot. So
I think so, yeah. Not a lucky 13 yet for Djokovic, not a lucky 13 yet for Fritz either. Second serve.
Oh, he goes big on the backhand down the line, but Djokovic still in this rally.
Went pretty big on the second serve as well.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Didn't get, just pushed behind just like he usually does, thanks to it.
Oh my goodness, he found a really good forehand angle, as did Djokovic, and my God.
Best breakpoint yet?
Wow.
Yeah, there was some rally, 25 shots.
Was it 25?
Wow, yeah.
But 25
13.
shots, and I'd say 10 of them were like heart in the mouth stuff.
Yeah.
13 breakpoints.
Wow.
I mean, Novak was still incredible here with some of the defense and that angle that Novak created. And not only the angle that he created, the one that then Taylor managed to create, and then the defense from Novak before eventually Taylor has a fairly easy put away, but under the pressure was still well done.
That was some angles to find from both of them.
Yeah, from both of them, but even more so perhaps from Taylor because you just don't expect it so much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, wow. Djokovic was just so pinpoint on that change of direction. Yeah, that was just way too good. Of course, Taylor also had to hit like a one-handed half volley
Yeah.
after the,
Yeah.
after the return. That was also a scary moment there. But still got back to neutral. So Djokovic, wow, 14th break chance. And another second serve. Taylor living so dangerously. Wow, what ball striking. Then goes down the line.
Taylor Fritz.
That is phenomenal. Yeah, now I feel really good about having him in my top 5.
Whatever happens now, this is the best Taylor's played in probably almost 2 years.
Against like a really top player, yeah, probably.
I mean, with throwing the Tsitsipas result as well. I never felt it in New York last year. I know he got to the quarters and people were saying, "Oh, he's going under the radar." Well, he was going under the radar because he wasn't really being tested.
Right. I forget he played Stricker in the 4th round, and who did he play in the 3rd round? Menchik?
I think it was the other way around, wasn't it? But
Yeah.
maybe, yeah.
Both of them were like dying in the matches, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like Menchik in the 3rd round was.
And Stricker was after that Bonzi 5-setter and Tsitsipas 5-setter.
Right, yeah.
He's not
getting
getting
like,
points on serve at the moment.
Yeah.
Fritz didn't do much to really make that quarterfinal.
No.
Yeah.
But in the 2022 season, he still had some like DTV finals.
Yeah, he won
Wimbledon,
Tokyo.
of course.
He won the
Tokyo. Yeah.
He won like
So,
a 250 the week before Wimbledon.
2 years is probably a bit harsh. 2023 was like a back to normal season for him.
Yeah, he didn't have the highs that he had with the Indian Wells title, but he had a lot of quarterfinals and
My goodness me.
Yeah, wow. That's
What is
ridiculous.
going on?
That
I
is
mean,
phenomenal.
I keep thinking you need to get a 3-point here, and then suddenly that happens.
Yeah.
Djokovic is sort of amazed. Djokovic made that same expression after the volley, even though it was funky technique, but somehow just
because the volley, I think Djokovic was like sort of expecting it to go out even.
Yeah,
but, here I think obviously here everything is perfect from Fritz. So
I mean, he is coming up with this on break points down like.
And this is again that like out of position on the backhand, he's very willing to go big. He's very willing to also go down the line. This is what we are talking about, basically.
Oh, and Djokovic misses the second serve return.
Yeah, he's missed a few of them today. I think in the first set, maybe more than the second.
Yeah.
Goes to here suggesting, wouldn't it be funny if Fritzy breaks a record for most breakpoints saved and still loses in straight sets?
Well, he can't lose in straight sets,
Unbelievable. Is that a
he's got an ace?
Wow.
If that's what happens, then he can't lose in straight sets because he can't lose this set without getting broken.
No, but he doesn't say that. He doesn't say like no, he doesn't. What he says most. I mean, just saving 50 break points.
Okay, not without getting broken. Okay, yeah, that's possible, of course. Has Djokovic been coming to the net much? No, probably
Not
like 5 net approaches. I don't know.
Actually, that's
Not
one
really.
thing that Fritz has also done really well. Is just sort of plastered Djokovic near the baseline, and he's getting a good amount of what's that word? Like penetration, depth, so that he's like Djokovic is not able to come forward. Actually, all that much.
Because
I don't know
he
how
can't
many
really
times
be defending. I mean, he can't really be defending against Novak. So when he has a shot like like the backhand down the line that he took, he has to go for it.
Right. Like I think Djokovic has come to the net 11 times. At least that's what the stats say. 7 out of 11 for Djokovic at the net. 11 out of 11. Yep.
TM.
Yeah, it's a shop, Vanch. Do you know you have 7-Eleven in
Of
the
course.
US?
Yeah. We have it here.
I think it's
Almost
the most
every
popular
gas
in the
station.
US, actually.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Almost at every gas station you go, you'll be able to find a 7-Eleven.
And is it because
like
it opens at 7 a.m. and closes at 11 p.m.? Is that what it is? Or
Yeah. I mean, I think it's the most popular in the States, so that's why I actually thought that if anyone, well, everyone knows it, like still, but I've never been to one.
I always thought it's quite amusing to walk into a €1 shop and just ask people how much does it cost for this particular item, and just keep
Yeah, we
going.
have that here. We have a 99-cent store. That's what it's
Yeah,
called.
how much is
We
this?
have a 5 złotych.
10 zloty. 10?
5, so 5.
Oh,
5.
5. Yeah, that's more like
It's called
There's
like
no
everything for 5 or something like that. Wszystko po 5, something like that. Yeah, everything for 5. And yeah, we have these shops here as well. And it's actually not that simple because not everything there is actually 5 PLN, you know?
Yeah, not anymore. That's the problem with these €1 shops as well. So my joke is actually now dead.
Yeah, because I was always like, as a kid, I remember saying, so everything is for 5 PLN, and then my mom would tell me, no, actually, that's not really like some items, yes, but not everything.
Right, second serve at 30 all. Oh, whoa! Did you see that return and half volley?
Not yet.
Me, not at all, because German Eurosport has decided to go all weird and cut to like a couple of the presenters in a studio that don't even know the cameras on them, and they're just sort of fixing their hair. Not even joking. It's not even Boris Becker. Otherwise, that would be more interesting.
Well, I saw it now.
Yeah, I mean, Fritz literally crushed that return. Djokovic didn't even move, and he basically just.
Yeah, Federer Blake. There's a famous shot like this as well. ATP finals. Back in the day, of course, it was like the Masters Cup or whatever. But
yeah, 2006. That was that really good backhand performance from Fed.
Yeah.
So, Taylor, how's your nerve?
Adrian Manarino hit a couple of similarly casual shots as well against Novak in the forefront. Of course, that was really the only highlight of Adrian Manarino that match, but still.
We're into sort of Cincinnati, sun going down, kind of climate change vibes.
Facing Federer documentary.
No.
You did,
Yeah.
I don't even know it. Some very bizarre, slow-moving people walking around. Images on what now?
Zombies.
Yeah.
It's The Walking Dead in Melbourne
Yeah.
today. Night of the Living Dead.
It's 7 p.m. there. I mean, if we were walking around dead at various times of the night, that would make sense. Fritz changing his shoes. I saw some Fritz footwear flying around on the internet recently. I think he put a hole in one of his shoes. I don't know if that's a good advert for Nike or not.
It's like first round, I think, against Diaz Costa.
Oh, was it that long ago?
I think I don't know. Maybe I'm misremembering too. Like the last few days, the last 10 days, about more or less, have definitely been a little sketchy for me. Like it's like I never know which day it is. Really, is it day or night?
Yeah,
and certainly quite new for me to like today wake up at 3 a.m. and just start the day. Literally kick off the day after going to bed at 8 p.m. yesterday.
It's Monday night. And you're sort of almost at the end of the tournament, if that makes sense. I mean, it's Monday night, and you've got semi-finalists kind of set.
Yeah.
Yeah, for us, it's Monday night, I suppose.
For the Americas, even more so. You know, it's like, I mean, Vance right now, was it like midnight where you are?
Yeah, now it's officially Tuesday.
Yeah.
6 minutes after midnight. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Fritz is at 30 love here, is he? Yes, he is. Fritz service game without facing a break point. Doesn't feel like there's been many of those in this match.
Must have been like what 6 games where Djokovic has a break point, maybe. So
6 different games, yeah. That's
I think so, because in the first set I'm pretty sure it was free, and in this set it also must be free. I think so. So it has to be 11 games for Fritz right now. 11 service games of Fritz, and in 6 of them he had to save break
actually
points, I think.
4 in the first set, right?
Oh, 4 in the first set.
Because it was also the first game, and then the second Fritz service.
Is it?
game,
Because I thought it was 3-3 too.
We need Steve Link. He'll know.
No, I think it was. I think the first game, and then the game at 1-1, then the game at 4-1.
Had 3 more break points, and then 1 more hit too.
Game 2 love.
So 4 games in the first set, and then
no 3. Why 4 in the first set? No, I mean where do you have that 4th game? Where do you have that 4th game?
So the first service game.
Yeah.
Then the second service game.
Yeah.
Then there was also the game at 4-all, right, where he was down 15-40.
And that's it.
And then what about the set points?
That's on Djokovic's serve.
That's on Djokovic's serve. Okay, yeah.
So it is 6, I believe.
So 6 then. Well, what about the second set? Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, 6. Okay.
So basically, more than half of his games this match he's had to save breakpoints in, and he's still surviving, and hitting some ridiculous shots to save them even sometimes.
I imagine overall points won, Novak is up.
Possibly.
Not by a huge amount necessarily, but especially as Fitz just held to love there in that final game. But
yeah,
winning
it
the
might be like close to even actually. So
winning the
tiebreak, yeah.
88-86. So yeah, just a couple more for Novak.
For Novak, okay.
Fritz 1 from 2 on break points in that set.
Yeah, the opening set was 54-50 for Novak, so exactly the tiebreak actually. Before the tiebreak, they were even, and in the second set, that I guess means that Fritz led by 2 points. So it's not that big a deal actually. 36-34.
Taylor taking a break at the end of this set, and Novak sitting in his chair. So Taylor is 1 from 4 on break points, if my memory serves correctly, and Novak 0 from 13. Is it? I think. Yeah. Taylor out-winnowing his opponent as well, 21-13 in that previous set. Anyway. Boy, oh boy! I mean, so it's 7 p.m. Let's just posit the possibility that this goes 5. The third match will start absolute earliest 9 o'clock local time, but probably more like 10 o'clock. And if that gets done in straights, the men's could be starting at midnight. If that went 3, that would be 1 a.m. And I could keep going with this, and that goes 5, and they finish at 6 a.m. What's the latest ever finish? Is it Leighton Hewitt, like 4 in the morning?
Wasn't that beaten by Marei Kokinakis?
Oh, maybe. No,
I'm pretty sure it was.
Did it go past 4 in the morning?
Okay. Yeah, I think Marei Kokinakis beat it last year. I don't know. Maybe not, but yeah, could be Hewitt as well. Whoever it was against, maybe Bagdatis. No.
Leighton Hewitt's someone. A lot of movement in the Vanch household.
Yeah, just trying to find a place.
Taylor's taken his time. Man, there's just cameras everywhere at that at this event. I mean, just if you're a player, you're just thinking, I just cannot do anything without being on camera. So that was Hewitt Baghdadis, according to Jake.
Hewitt Bagdatis? Yeah, I thought so, but I wasn't sure.
No, he didn't, Terry. I was sort of surprised that it was Taylor who's gone off court and Novak just stretching just to keep himself okay.
And yeah, what do they do now? I mean, it's going to be so late for the next two matches.
Yeah.
Is it possible to move one of the quarterfinals to another court? They're going to hope to avoid it, definitely.
The absolute worst case, absolute worst case. I mean, yeah, it's not a great case, but it could be as late as 1 a.m. that one of them starts. But I am sort of saying this goes 5, the next one goes 3.
Yeah.
For that scenario to happen.
Which is entirely possible at the moment.
Yeah, it's entirely possible, yeah. I mean, that would mean all of the matches that precede the final match to have gone the distance. With obviously Goff and Kostyuk going 3 sets earlier, more than 3 hours. Kostyuk was glowing about Coco in her press conference. A little dance there from Coco at the end of the match. Somebody's very happy about Fritz winning that set. Do hit the like button, whether you're on Facebook or on YouTube. Djokovic applying some ice to his head. I'm afraid not. We aren't allowed to. But good that you're joining the chat.
This is the moment when I have to start blocking the sun because, well, apparently we have sun in Poland. Yes, we do.
Winter.
And I have to find my pillow, which I use to do that.
Taylor Fritz drop shot.
So far, so good. The pillow is working. The forehand drop shot of Taylor Fritz is also still doing fine. So.
And Djokovic is now serving at 15 all. So we are underway now in this third set.
I think I'm fine, Ghosty. Richard Ransom with the. I think Novak is the GOAT. I think Novak is the GOAT, but maybe it's time to retire. He is playing against 20-year-olds. He looks tired and off this year. I mean, in the first and second rounds, he was sick. He had a cold. Does he look tired in this match?
Not quite, not yet.
But yeah, after the first 2 rounds, I think you could probably have a few takes like, yeah, so he looks 36 finally. However, the last couple of them, and also here, he's not really looking tired either. I think Novak will keep going until he can't win slams anymore, and he's definitely not at that stage yet where he can't win slams anymore.
Richard, do hit the subscribe button.
And after all, the ATP Finals was such a sensational performance from him as well. And speaking of sensational points, what the hell is going on here? Taylor Fritz almost saved himself with that tweener.
This is going to land out, yeah.
Have we lost Vange? I guess. But he muted himself.
Vange is on mute, yeah, he's on mute. Yeah.
Probably he's going to be. Never mind. But he was like frozen for me, but it was actually him. not like it wasn't his camera, but he was simply focused on something. Damien, when the sun hits your coffin bed, what kind of shadows does it cast on the dungeon walls? Wow. I don't know what to tell you, but we do get sun. I think we only really started the meme because once there was a stream which I started with the sun being still very much there, and then during the stream, which was like an hour or something, it actually wasn't that long, but during the stream, it basically became like, I don't know, 4 p.m. in the winter or something like that, and suddenly I was ending the stream in pure darkness, which earned me the nickname Prince of Darkness. No one has actually called me that ever, but I also don't want to be called that.
Jane is just waking up, maybe. Wow, Jane. I mean, Jane, it must be like 3 a.m. where you are, Jane. 20 past 3 in the morning. I think she's in New York.
Well, I did wake up at 3 a.m. today, so maybe Jane has the same sleeping schedule.
Fritz here, love one, serving. Serves out wide to the Novak forehand.
His forehand droppers are getting quite interesting from Fritz. Like here he was sort of on the back foot and he pulls it out. I know he lost the point, but it was pretty nice, actually. Like it wasn't the worst idea imaginable.
Yeah, he's showing some more variety, I guess, with those drop shots.
And I suppose I haven't checked that, but the first match after this is the women's quarter.
Yeah, Krejcikova.
So that's good because of course they are going to be playing, in 2 days, whereas the men will have 2 days off on this half of the draw. So
yeah.
But yeah, Goff wrapping up her match around 6 a.m. my time. Krejcikova and Sabalenka might be about, let's say, 6 hours later, maybe 7 hours later. With the day off, it probably doesn't matter, but it's also a pretty big difference. But are we going to get more breakpoints here as Taylor Fritz falls down 15-30 and we hear someone doing the dishes in the background?
Oh, speaking of dishes, I had to do those too. Whatever. We'll do it later. This is more exciting.
I never really have to do the dishes because I only use one plate and I just, whenever I want to use it, I wash it. So I only just sort of keep it, in rotation, let's say.
Good serve, Taylor.
I'm just staying with my parents, so I gotta actually do the.
Vance, you don't have a butler? Have a butler doing that?
Vashi should have a butler. I mean, if you have a house like this with a piano and etc., I mean, I would expect you to have a butler.
I wish
or
that
did
was
you
my
did
house.
you like go all out on the house and you now you don't have you don't have the money to pay the salary? Maybe that's the case. It's like buying that amazing sports car and then not having money for fuel. Anyway, another breakpoint. Novak Djokovic, number 14.
There'll be a roar here if he gets the break.
Another
Yeah.
roar prediction. Earlier on from Vansh, sort of panned out. Like it wasn't after winning the game; it was after 4-0.
At all.
Yeah.
Because Vance just said it would happen at the end of 6-all when he got
Yeah.
the forced tie.
I thought it would happen when he, won that game, but it came at 4-0.
And I didn't think he would. So this is his 15th break point.
Actually, 16th, right?
16th,
I think.
16th, right? Because
Yeah.
Wow. Slice as well. Yeah. Another good backhand get. Oh, I think he's going to be in trouble here. Yeah, that was just way too much. Even the defenses of Taylor Fritz could not get that one. Of course, the best mover in the top 10 could not track that down.
No roar. But he's got the break.
That kind of shows you that Djokovic is like, I can't celebrate too earlier here because I gotta build and sustain that lead. Otherwise, the way Fritz is playing, the question is, he puts so much energy to get that second set somehow and save all those break points. Like, does he have more left in the tank? Does he have the?
Well, also, like he hasn't actually threatened most of the time to break the Djokovic serve, so
Yeah,
that's still a big deal.
Was one of Djokovic's worst service games. He hit back-to-back double faults.
I didn't. That's the one I didn't see, right? Because I was away. So
yeah,
I don't even remember that I was away. That sounds as if I was. I don't know. Let's say away from keyboard, but yeah. When Djokovic goes up a break in a set here against Fritz, you still feel like this is safe for him because most of the time Fritz isn't going to be troubling him because most points are going to start from neutral, and these are the points that Taylor Fritz has to go for broke to win most of the time.
Yeah.
Or at least try to get a few good shots in, find an opportunity for himself. But sometimes that can also look like the break win that he just lost, which was just Novak.
Yeah, right now this is looking like one of those Australian Open finals that involves a certain Andy Murray. Where he just,
2 close sets and then it's done.
Yeah, exactly. Although actually in the 2013 match, of course, Andy put up a little bit more resistance, but it was 3-all break point at one point in the third.
The difference is also that Taylor has that big serve to rely on. So, like, if we get to the fourth really here with Djokovic winning this set 6-1 or 6-3, it's still going to be like a chance for him. Whereas when Murray was tired against Djokovic, there's just nothing that he can do anymore.
Yeah, and then once he hit a second serve, he was probably going to win less than 35% of those points. Especially when he's gassed.
Yeah, if you're a big server, you can reasonably play when you're gassed against almost everyone.
Yeah,
because
Lendl had Andy going after the first serve a lot more. Sort of when he was at his best. because he could always hit it 130, between 130 and 135, but he just chose to sometimes take some MPHs off. But of course, he did that really well in the 2013 Australian Open, particularly in the semifinal, where it was a 5-set thrashing against Federer.
Which one? Sorry, because I.
The 2013 semifinal between Murray and Federer.
Yeah.
Because that was one match where like Andy was actually.
Yeah, Roger stole the fourth set, right? Like he completely
Yeah.
stole it, and then the fifth wasn't close after that anyway. But he stole the fourth, so like maybe something similar to Wimbledon 2014, where like Federer steals the set, but it's not going to change the outcome in the end. I just read an interesting tweet about Novak Djokovic is moving like he can do this for the next 5 days, and also Taylor moving like he's 5 minutes away from calling for an ambulance. But he's been like this since the beginning of the match, you know. It's Taylor Fritz. I mean, what are you expecting?
Yeah, although he's. Yeah, I mean, in the previous round we saw some really good scrambling from him.
This one though. Today he's actually
yeah, but like the ball striking, you know, when he's changing directions going down the line and he's in good position, it's been there.
When he's in good position, yeah, absolutely. I'm just talking about the footwork and the movement. Yeah, like it's been today. It's been horrific, but well, he's hitting well enough to keep himself going. Of course, the breakpoint saving definitely.
But that's
helped.
also, you know, why he's going even bigger, and he's trusting that.
Yeah, he needs to. He needs to.
Yeah, we have seen some good development when it comes to some drop shots, some good, some slice backhands also from positions that, I don't know, maybe in the past he would just not go for those, or just keep sort of maintaining the same tempo in the rallies and give Djokovic the same ball. But
yeah, there was one like it in the first set when he was like about to be really down, really behind in the rally, and just again getting worked all over the court by Djokovic. But he actually hits this pretty short slice, I would say, and Novak made the error right away. But like even if he didn't, it was just a total change up, and it totally would have like got him back to neutral. Even if Djokovic hits that shot, which he missed, still it would have given Taylor the opportunity to just be again. Maybe even actually not neutral, maybe actually on the front foot again, because I think Djokovic would have had to lift the ball. So I don't remember the exact point. But
there's also that ridiculous forehand angle that he came up with off of Djokovic's ridiculous forehand angle that somehow he managed to get around the ball and find that cross court and then put away a backhand winner, I believe. Yeah, backhand winner where he sort of wrong-footed Djokovic and went behind him. But yeah, I mean.
Yeah, but that was like it was a sitter, so.
Yeah, it was a put away backhand at the net, like an approach.
Yeah. Somewhat similar to the one he missed at the ATP finals. The infamous.
And then when the crowd, guy in the crowd just shouted as before he was about to hit it. Yeah, pretty similar, except this time he actually closed the set out. And of course, he wasn't having to save breakpoints for his life.
Yeah, I was just talking about the shot, literally.
Also, Djokovic was under the weather in that tournament as well. Then I guess he's under the weather here too. But
Turin, he was under the weather, yeah. And he still demolished everyone.
Yeah, that's Novak for you.
I guess you can be under the weather. Can you be over the weather? I guess when you go to England and you spend like 2 weeks there, but you still have 2 more weeks and it's raining all the time, and then you are
John
over
is
the weather.
disapproving of your joke. I can see him in the background just going, nah. Good try.
I didn't see him in the background, but it was decent. It was decent, John. John is recently really harsh on my jokes. The Finnish ones, he didn't enjoy them. I love the jokes with Finnish.
Recently? Just recently? I think I've always been.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. I think he used to laugh at them a little bit, but usually someone in the chat likes it. And thank you, Sean. Jake is predicting a shade trip as well.
Sinner versus Rublev. Do you think Rublev can win a set? I think he can win a set, right?
I gave him a greater chance of winning a set than Fritz today.
Yeah, I did.
Probably.
Too. Yeah.
Probably. It's not that big like for me, the difference isn't that big as for most people. I think you guys are probably on my team here, but I think if we like talk to the general public and everyone on Twitter, every tennis fan, we would probably get more answers.
I was surprised how many people under your tweet where you put the put the quarterfinals of Rublev in different groups. A lot of them were saying that, oh no, it's tier 2. It's like the Tiafoe Cilic. But yeah, I just don't see any area where Rublev is like. Where do you give Rublev an edge? I just don't see.
I think there were a few who said that for now it's 2, but it could be 1 very quickly, depending on Yannick's result at this event or the next slams. I think that's a fair thing to say. However, I think people definitely, like in my opinion, they actually overrate Rublev's chances. I know Ghosty, I think, is going for a Rublev win, which he will really just.
The one set that he won.
Never let us forget about it if he does. But
the one set that he won was 2022 Monte Carlo, where Sinner had blisters on his foot. So, and the 2 wins that he has are not really even wins; they're just retirement.
Yeah. Very early into the match. I know one of them was in the third set, but I still call it very early into the match as it was 1-1 and it was a best of 5 match. So yeah, but, it's rough. He doesn't do a single thing better than Yannick right now.
I would say Rublev has improved some things in his game. His backhand is better than it was a year ago.
Yeah.
Sure. His second serve is maybe sort of more 90 to 95 miles per hour now. So it's a little bit better.
Both these things have been improving over the years. Like there's never been like a large gap. You're never like after the new season, for example, or after a few months, you're never like, oh, so the Rublev backhand is now amazing, or like the second service. But I don't think that these are major issues for him anymore.
Yeah,
probably the bigger issue is the one-dimensionality of his game, and Ghosty is gonna start screaming soon because he hates when someone says that and just says that people just dislike power hitters or something. But yeah, as I said, if you hit the same ball at the same pace, you hit every ball at the same pace, usually it's a little less effective, especially in matches against the top guys.
Yeah.
Which Taylor Fritz is also struggling with a lot of the time.
Yes, indeed. Let's see if he can avoid those sort of early upsets this year, though.
I feel like Taylor also has a lot more like here the backhands down the line that he's going for out of position, and like the shot making potential of his is a little higher than Rublev, or at least he goes for it more. I think Rublev used to have some really high shot making potential when he was first coming up, but then kind of he doesn't really go for shots like this. Maybe it's better. Maybe it's actually working out for him like that. But I guess that's.
I would actually like to see Rublev and Fritz again. They played each other last time. Probably was at the Laver Cup, but it's a good head-to-head for Taylor. It's like 5-3, but they're fairly similar in that.
I remember
our baseline players.
Monte Carlo? Did they play in Monte Carlo?
They played in Monte Carlo, which
semis.
Fritz was actually up a break in that third set.
Yeah, it was like one of these like pretty strong mental showings from Rublev, right? Which was a bit of a theme for his week, I suppose.
Some rain delay in that match, and then come back on court, and then Rublev was just stronger. But
Fritz is hitting some awesome forehands right now, but of course it might be too late. It might be all in vain.
Yeah. Of course, we also had Tiafoe push Djokovic in that tournament in the round before the abdominal tear that he had.
Tiafoe, okay, yeah.
Yeah, second round. Of course, the stat that many people were saying, oh, this is the last time that he played day session match.
Didn't he play Tiafoe as well in like 2018 or something at the Australian Open?
No.
No, the first few rounds before Yeon Chung. Who was he playing there?
Let's see. He played Monfils. I remember that. I think he played Ramos Vinolas in the third round, maybe.
Who was the first match against then?
Let me think. It must be somebody.
Why am I thinking of Tiafoe? Why am I thinking of Tiafoe?
I don't think it was Tiafoe. Tiafoe 2018?
Yeah.
I don't think it's him.
Oh, it was Donald Young. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no wonder I
So
forgot.
I guess it's a bit racist of me, but
No
I was
wonder I
thinking of
forgot.
Tiafoe.
I was just talking about him yesterday.
Yeah. It's a bit racist of me then, but well.
No.
I'm joking, but that's basically I remembered him playing a Black American, I suppose, and I just went with Tiafoe instead of Donald Young.
Oh.
Of course, their playstyles aren't really alike.
I want to see Djokovic and Eubanks on grass. Let's make it happen.
I don't think it would be a tough match for Novak.
I know, but I just want to see it.
Sure. I want to see Djokovic play Donald Young again. Let's make it happen.
I can pass on that one.
Donald Young needs a wild card to something in order for that to happen. I think he used to get like Atlanta qualies even just a year or two ago, but of course Djokovic will not be playing in Atlanta, so it would have to be more like Cincinnati maybe. Donald Young has a great season, and then he gets Cincinnati wildcard and the US Open wildcard. Why not?
Of course, I also want to see Djokovic and Nadal play, but I want to see them play on a hard court. And I want to see Nadal win so that the head-to-head is exactly tied.
That's an interesting comment. I mean, there's this, I think, Lithuanian, based on his name, guy who is often commenting on my tweets. And he's clearly a better, although he knows some stuff about tennis, I think. But most of the time, his tweets are like so... Like the way he phrases stuff is like a little mean to the players. And he's also like, the favorites should be winning. Like whenever an underdog wins, he says that it's a shame or something like that. And that shouldn't happen, which probably comes from the betting background. But anyway, here, he says that it wouldn't be fair for Djokovic to lose against Fritz. Against anyone else remaining in the Australian Open, yes. But against Fritz, no, as Fritz is not the player who deserves too much success in Grand Slams for his antics on the court and his game. That's very weird to me. Yeah, like antics of Fritz on court, like he's pretty calm and like doesn't really react much to stuff. He sometimes will scream at himself or something, but nothing crazy really. That's a surprising comment to me. But yeah, usually this guy has like a comment which I agree with for the first two sentences, and then at the bottom he says something that means that I can't even like that tweet because it's like, oh no. I mean, you took it too far, mate. But I can't. I mean, he does know some stuff, I think.
Yeah.
But this is weird. Yeah, I was surprised with the antics comment, especially because, of course, it's a matter of opinion. If someone doesn't believe that that Fritz is like that caliber of a player who should be making slam semis, that's his call. I think it's perfectly fine for him to get there at least once. But antics on the court surprised me simply.
Well, I guess he hasn't been past the third round of Roland Garros.
And never will. Well, I mean, third round, maybe second week he can make. But
he could get to the fourth round. I don't know about
he can get to the second week, but like a semi at Roland Garros seems impossible.
No,
all the other free slams.
Quarters with like a really good draw is possible.
How many quarters does he have by now?
Like total? 3?
Wimbledon, US Open, and I'm forgetting. Oh, this one as well. Yeah, I forgot about this one.
Yeah. Maybe he just makes one every year.
2022. But that's kind of weird now because he makes one in January and then, what is he supposed to do now? Just stop playing for a year, come back next year.
No, I have other really good results, but
just pick up the 250s. Pick up the 250s. Delray Beach.
He can win the Atlanta and Delray Beach, and he can win a clay 250. He almost got it this year in, what was it, Geneva? He had that lead over Dimitrov.
But that would be a semi-final.
Yeah, he would still have to beat Jari. That would have been tough.
Yeah, on altitude as well. But what did he win other than Delray this year? Am I forgetting about something?
Atlanta.
He won something more, right?
Atlanta.
Oh, Atlanta as well. Okay.
Yeah, he beat Vukic.
Yeah, over Vukic, of course. Yeah, over Vukic. Yeah. Yeah, nothing meaningful, but yeah, the consistency was still there for the most part until the late sort of in the season patch where he started losing to everyone.
Then you had that Zhejiang Zhang match in Madrid where he had those match points.
Yeah.
And then Monte Carlo, he was up a break in the third over Rublev. I picked him to get to the final of Monte Carlo. Everyone laughed at me. Just saying. They
because you picked Jari over Tsitsipas, but I think if you had Tsitsipas and Jari,
no, they were laughing at Fritz.
In the quarters,
they were not laughing at.
No. But I'm trying to say that if you picked Tsitsipas over Jari, and then you had a Tsitsipas Fritz quarter, who would you have picked? Would you also have gone for Fritz, or was that based on the assumption that Jari beats Tsitsipas? That's my question, basically.
No, I think I would have still gone with Fritz. I like the matchup for him against Steph.
Then never mind. People laughed at you that you picked Fritz to a clay ATP 1000 final. Yeah, I get that.
I got the semis all right, but I just got the results all wrong. I had the first time, but I got the. I think I had Sinner beating Runa, and I had Fritz beating Rublev, and I had Sinner winning his first Masters.
And then Sinner winning the title, yeah.
So then it was all off.
No, I mean, right now, of course, no one is going to laugh at you if you do that again. ATP 1000 clay final. That's not impossible anymore. That's not considered impossible for Fritz. He was very close to getting it. He won the first, right? And then...
Yeah, he won the first set.
I remember Sinner Runa very well. Rublev Fritz I'm a little like...
Yeah, he won the first set 7-5 and then lost the second and then was up a break in the third.
I might have been doing the commentary on that even. I definitely was for Sinner Rune, but then it got delayed by rain and I couldn't anymore. But I think I might have watched Rublev Fritz on Talking Tennis actually. Anyway, we have, of course, started talking about some other stuff because the set feels over, and it feels even more over now as it's love 30 at 2-5, and Fritz will have to come up with some good stuff here to even get to the game where Djokovic will be serving it out. Novak with the classic backhand down the line drop shot.
Yeah, wait till you see the return on the next point.
Okay.
I mean, it's nothing that we haven't seen before. It's nothing extraordinary.
Yeah, it's nothing insane, but like Fritz, he just sees what's coming and like stands there. I think here he actually had plenty of time to maybe split step and try to hit it, but well, it wasn't very deep anyway.
Even his girlfriend looks dismayed with the way he reacted to that.
And the return from love 40, my goodness.
5 minutes away.
A little bit of a mishit, but still, yeah. Oh.
Yeah, it was a mishit, but anyway, free set. The set point is, of course, claimed 6-2. The worst thing about this for Taylor is that he's not going to be starting next set.
Yeah,
which kind of matters in this matchup. It does matter quite a lot in this matchup.
It does, yeah. You need to be able to feel like you're.
I guess anytime you're an underdog with a big serve and you're playing Djokovic, it matters. But here in this match specifically, it feels like this has been a real advantage for Taylor.
Oh yeah, I forgot that happened. The Fritz shushing the crowd. That was against Vindernesh in the second round.
Yeah, the French. Yeah.
Yeah, that was his moment.
Who does he lose to? Fran Cerundo or?
Yeah, Cerundo. So not a bad loss. I would have expected that one.
Better than Zapata Miralles the year before, but also he was like injured ahead of the French Open in 2022. So Rodriguez Taverna fifth setter in the opening round. That I remember.
Yep.
14
Perfectly
winners,
won.
1 unforced error in the third set from Novak Djokovic. Obviously, the stats don't always tell the whole story, but I think in this case, it's kind of glaringly obvious that 14-1 is a nice stat line to have.
Yeah.
They both have like only one drop shot, because I'm now watching like a highlight reel from the third set, and they both have one drop shot. Fritz with the forehand down the line, sometimes inside in, but of course that doesn't really like matter. And Djokovic the backhand down the line. But they've still been using that to their advantage this tournament for sure.
Did you see the Medvedev career interview yesterday?
I still have not.
It's worth checking out.
I saw a video of that, but I was like,
I mean, actually, John, did you see it yet?
Yeah, I saw it live. I think you were on the stream at this time.
Yeah,
and
I was busy getting pumped for Nori Zverev.
Yeah, exactly. And I actually did tune into
I never thought I'd say these words, but you know.
Yeah, I tuned into the Korea live. Actually,
I never started be sitting here on a talking tennis stream at 12:45. Being like, yeah, I was pumped for Nori Zverev.
Oh no, yeah. But I mean, I did really liked it. But I also knew that Twitter was going to start salivating over it, and within a few minutes, the tweets were going, and maybe more than anything else. I mean, Jim did a great job, but I would have done the same. I think, you know, if you give me a microphone and you give me a tennis player, I'm going to walk around the tennis court with him, whether there's a crowd there or not, because I want to know what's going on, and I think, and that's great. But I think it maybe shows up. I would.
Yeah, but that's not a normal thing to do in an on-court interview normally.
On-court interviews are so simple. Like, this strategy is literally to get there, talk to the player, and get away, as quickly as possible. You're also doing it for TV, so.
Plus, you have to respect that they're coming off of a physical match, and then you have to recover, and you know.
Jim and
I
him
don't
get
believe
on
you
fine.
there. I don't believe you there.
I would. I wouldn't do it the first time because I'd be too nervous, and I'd have to wait a few months or even longer before feeling that comfortable. But yeah, sure, I would. That's dream world. You're in a dream world. You're interviewing someone and you're on a tennis court. I mean, I've wanted to do this. I've wanted to. I mean, when I had Aziz Dugas, to be honest with you, if it wasn't for the circumstances and that there wasn't a tennis court nearby, I wanted to interview him on a tennis court to talk about some of these things. And if you give me a cameraman, oh my goodness me.
Also, Medvedev is the kind of guy that would actually agree to do it.
And Medvedev to do it. And if you're Jim Courier and you get on well with him as Demi Medvedev highlighted this. He says, I like Jim, you know, I get on well with him, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I must say most people in the media just love Medvedev because he gives them exactly what they want. You know, he gives you that and more because he's like just, he's very open and willing to share things.
Open.
Yeah. Like, I mean, most of those things that he was saying, most players wouldn't want to reveal that. Yeah, I mean,
I know, I thought that at one point. Yeah, I thought that.
But also the rule book is kind of out.
Damien's not even seen the interview yet, by the way, so he's going to start.
I've seen quotes from it, though, like, just written down. You know,
just written down.
I haven't watched it. I've seen quotes written down.
Quotes written down.
No, actually, I showed it to my parents today, who are like very casual fans, but like they know who Medvedev is and they like him. So I showed them this interview, and they're just like, he's telling his opponents everything. You know, like, why is he doing this? Is he? My mom's like, why is he being so open?
Open, yeah.
The opponents know it anyway.
Yeah, the big ones.
Yeah, I know they know it. That's the thing, but.
Yeah,
everyone knows it. Like, literally, you could ask a 500 ranked player in the world, and he would tell you the best strategy to play against Medvedev, because it's such a unique style and also one that has a lot of natural counters.
It's like super obvious what you have to do against them, but actually doing it is like,
actually executing it is really hard. But every single professional tennis player in the world knows how to play against Daniil Medvedev, and it's often like that you know perfectly well how to play against someone, but once you actually have to execute it,
And then then you have players like Djokovic or Federer, and you're just like, I can play the way I normally play, or I can just I'm like 0-15 against them. But we'll see if I can.
Oh, well done, Taylor.
And I didn't mention Rafa because the game plan against him is also, out there. Just
it kind of evolved over the years, I guess, and against Djokovic and Federer
it kind
as
of
well.
depends on the surface as well in terms of being executed at a high level, right?
Federer, there was this moment when everyone started going through his forehand a lot more because he wouldn't make it really, lost half a step from covering from the backhand side.
The running forehand, and
so it was definitely adjusted over the years.
Yeah.
Nadal's never played Medvedev on clay, I think.
Nope.
Pretty telling stat here on my feed. Djokovic in the second set hitting only 12% of his shots inside the baseline. In the third set, that's up to 28.
Yeah, he was defending a lot in the second set, just near the Melbourne side most of the time from the baseline. So,
and the third set is when Fritz literally just starts getting outmaneuvered all around the court. And
I mean, he looked really jaded and tired in the third set, just completely winded from.
And yet he had a lengthy second set tiebreak. Sorry, second set at the end of the second set break. It was Novak who stayed on the court and Fritz had gone for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't know if Fritz is looking tired.
No, I mean, he at some point he just wasn't moving at all, for some of those returns and stuff. I mean,
even in the first set, he was moving
But I don't know. You're seeing some signs that he's just not maybe as explosive.
Yeah, maybe.
Just now, he's also hunched over a little bit after missing that in the net. Also, these returns are coming back deep, right down the middle. I remember thinking Alcaraz was toast, by the way, in that fifth set in the Wimbledon final because I was like, oh, he's not going to be able to serve first. I thought that was going to matter a lot, but, well.
Djokovic had an early...
In the fifth set, you mean?
Chance.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought that was curious, the way that... Because Novak broke for 6-3, didn't he? Because he was up a break.
And then he served first at the start of the fifth.
Yeah. Carlos didn't make him serve it out. And I think he lost it to Love even, got broken to Love.
Yeah, he double faulted, I think, on the set point.
May well have done, yeah. Deuce here.
Alcaraz, by the way, last night looked really good. I didn't see the match. I saw the highlights, but yeah. I think that told me everything.
Interesting, Vansh. Interesting. So you're sort of like me rating the Medvedev interview.
Rating the Medvedev interview, yeah. Read a few quotes.
I mean, I just, I had to tap out at 2 a.m. So I just had to miss it, unfortunately. But no, I actually watched a few points of it because I had the main feed and I was watching the end of Zverev Nori.
Yeah, that was a very interesting match. So I can't blame you for that.
Is that sarcasm?
It was interesting. It was.
I mean, I was also watching the fifth set, so
yeah.
I actually stopped watching Alcaraz Kecmanovic after the opener, and I turned on the fifth.
And turned off I know that's.
And then, of course, I returned to Alcaraz, who was just having a perfect performance, which might not mean that much in regards to the rest of the event. I mean, who knows? But
yeah. But the forehand
he was actually unplayable.
I mean, he was going nuclear on some of those forehands, especially the third.
He was just going after every shot possible. There was no ounce of hesitation in him because he was so confident, and also the scoreline definitely helped him out in that regard.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus! I mean, some of the Fritz footwork is just making me.
I know. I'm telling you, he lost a little bit of sharpness. It's not that noticeable.
That was first set as well. Today, he's just not really not covering the courts too well.
Gone. Oh, he's got it, a winner. I thought that was
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just barely, but he gets there.
I mean, it's one thing to get returns back into play, but like Djokovic literally places these returns on a dime when he's on a stretch. And it's just like, how does he find these? How does he find this much depth?
Well, he's got a game point now.
No, he missed it. He went for a backhand inside out.
Oh, he's gone long there, has he? Yeah. It was close. Juice.
I think today is just one of those days that the matches are going to go on for a really long time.
Krejcikova for Sabalenka. 3 sets. 3rd set tiebreak.
Yeah, could happen.
Maybe if it does, then maybe Barbora becomes favourite. Oh, nice one, Taylor.
Maybe Goff and Krejcikova have only played each other once.
You know what will happen is if Krejcikova wins, Vanch, Damien will find a reason to justify that she should have lost, and therefore his prediction was right all along.
We'll see how the match looks. I mean,
yeah, we'll see how the match looks. There's your
Sabalenka
first
just hits like 80 unforced errors, you know.
Right.
Because predictions aren't like that, like, you know.
But that has to be factored into your prediction, and if you get it wrong, that's okay.
Not really. Like the reason why you would be like impressed with a Krejcikova win here is if she, I don't know, messes up Sabalenka's rhythm quite a lot, and you can actually feel the impact of her on Sabalenka, because obviously Sabalenka can lose to anyone because she sometimes can be very erratic on the day. And then it doesn't matter that the opponent, like, I don't know, if Magdalena Frank beats Caroline Garcia, you're not going to be amazed by Magdalena Frank's performance, you know?
Perhaps you got to make those doubts come, you know? You got to like...
Yeah, and then she hits 80 unforced errors as a result of Barbora frustrating her.
Yeah, and if you can feel that impact of Krejcikova, yes. But there's also a scenario where you don't.
Yeah. I tell you the scenario where you don't. I tell you the scenario you don't feel it is when you've made the prediction that Sabalenka's going to win.
No, I really don't care. I more so care about getting a great semifinal than getting anything right. I really don't give a crap. Only when there's a big outsider, you know, someone from the challenger level, and I think that he's gonna win a match, and that's when I care about. Like, that's when I would like to get it right. But like these sort of matches, yeah, I really don't care.
Well done, Taylor. 24-shot rally.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy, Vanch, the rally between Khachanov and Casper Ruud a couple of years ago that was like 70 shots or whatever it was?
Oh, yeah, and then Casper went for the backhand down the line on the 55th shot of the rally. Yeah, I mean, did I enjoy it? I don't know if I loved it, but it was like...
I'm just mentioning it because I think maybe Damien probably didn't like it that much.
Oh, yeah.
Which one?
It was a 55-shot rally involving Khachanov, secondly Casper Ruud.
Last year? No.
No.
2022, yeah.
Yeah.
2022 US Open.
Yeah. I don't remember how it looked really, but of course the Australian Open has a famous one like that, Monfils-Simo.
Yes. Casper Ruud, you know, one point and 1 set away from number one.
1.1 set? Not exactly. I mean, one point from winning the 3rd set, right?
Yeah, 1 point and then one.
1 point and one set.
One
That's
set. Oh wow, yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what Fudge means. Yeah,
That's-
yeah. It's reaching a little bit, but
I'm reaching. I know.
I mean,
yeah, I mean, it's actually so wild that he was that close to number one.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry to Casper, but that really would have been like the worst number one in
know,
history.
I agree. I love the guy, but yeah, I agree. It would not have been good.
You also didn't need that many points at the time, right? It was like 6K
No.
maybe.
Like 7,000.
Honestly, Alcaraz at the time was like one of the easiest number ones in history. Like Alcaraz actually didn't really have results of a number one in most eras times. But of course, because it was Alcaraz and because it was so early, no one really looked at that because everyone believed he would get the results, later on anyway. So so that's why no one really cared about it. But Alcaraz actually had, but obviously Djokovic fans did.
Yeah,
because,
Djokovic.
there was that whole argument that
I don't think Pavi would have let that slide.
That without the deportation, Djokovic would have been number one, and without all the vaccine entry requirements. But I think Alcaraz was given a pass for this because obviously it was Alcaraz, and everyone knew that soon enough he's gonna be better anyway. But it was a moment when like becoming number one was not as tough as in some other moments. Like right now, you need about 9-10K points to combat Djokovic, and also you have to battle Djokovic at every slam other than and not only at 2 like in 2022. And also Wimbledon was pointless, right? So, and I mean that in the good meaning of pointless, as in it didn't give points. It actually wasn't pointless.
Not in the Vilio Pelka meaning, which was that he thought it was pointless.
Or Genie Bouchard or Norbert Gombos.
Did Bouchard have a comment on it too? I didn't know that.
I mean, she withdrew because of that, or Gombos as well. So
did she?
Yeah, she withdrew out of Wimbledon.
She must have been one of the only players, right? Because most of the players played it.
Very few. Gombos wasn't even in the major. He would have played qualifying, but he decided not to because, no points. Bouchard, I don't remember how
Osaka
she was
one
entering.
of them. Osaka didn't play it because of that.
I
believe I have that.
There were a few.
Yeah, there were a few. Like Team also, although his was more. I mean, he didn't play Wimbledon. No, he did play Wimbledon. He lost his Tsitsipas in the first round. By the way, Steve Flink thinks that Hurkacz is going to win in 5 sets.
I think I wrote the same prediction actually for Hurkacz Medvedev.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going Medvedev in 4, but
I have Medvedev in 5, but I'm not confident about it. Yeah, I kept going back and forth.
Yeah, they're all not wild. You could have any prediction for that. I mean, maybe not.
Yeah, like literally, if you're going straight sets for either player, then it's maybe a little weird. But otherwise, no prediction is right or wrong at this time, and no prediction will be right or wrong probably after the match as well, because getting set scores is impossible.
But I will say Taylor surpassed my expectations. I think most people had Djokovic in straights. Like if you were writing articles or.
I think I gave him a set.
You did?
I believe I gave him a set. Yeah, but most people did on that round table article. Most people didn't. I think I gave a set both to Rublev and Fritz.
Yeah, I gave one to
just
Rublev.
Because I don't know, like watching these slam matches, it just feels to me that winning a match in straights is so tough. To not have a single lapse of concentration, especially when we are talking about men's matches, where you basically often one break just ends the set. So it's pretty tough. Like even if you have a huge edge over the opponent, it's pretty easy to just drop one break somewhere early in the set, and maybe you're not going to recover it. And that's actually what happened in the second set here, of course. Although Djokovic did have a lot of chances to regain it. So.
Fritz wins the point at the net with a backhand volley and another drop shot. That's pretty good. Good hands. Good hands by Fritz. I have to emphasize that every time I see it. I don't know. There's, how there's just like some players who are just like such good natural ball strikers. And you're just like, man, I wish I had that technique.
Yeah, Cameron Norrie.
No.
Marcos Giron. Of course, yeah, that's neither here nor there. But sure, yeah, like this is something that you kind of can't teach. I mean, of course, you can teach technique, but some people just strike the ball in a way that's unavailable to us humans.
By the way, there's this opinion that Ben Rothenberg has, which is that Alex Bolt versus Yannick Sinner is the greatest match he's ever seen in 2019 Wimbledon qualies. Have you seen that match, Damien?
No, in 2019 I was not watching slam qualifying yet. No, that was maybe like 2 months later when I started following challengers on like a daily basis, essentially. So Wimbledon 2019 qualifying. Yeah, I wouldn't have seen
COVID
that.
is when you like really got into it. Huh?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, 2019, like maybe September onwards, I've been following the Challenger Tour like daily, which also includes Grand Slam qualifying to me because it's like pretty much the same. But yeah, that I wouldn't have seen. I remember some Sinner matches from that year when he won Bergamo in February or Ostrava. Like I was on and off sort of catching his rise.
Yeah.
But not this one, no.
I think I can hear you, John, if you're saying something.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
The Federer demise coincided.
Echo.
This is an echo.
Oh, with an echo.
Yeah. Drake going to bed. I guess he does not believe in the Fritz chances. Terry also, nothing happening here. A couple of days ago, there was this funny stream that John started and was talking for like 10 minutes until I came on and told him that the microphone is off. Maybe everyone in the chat was also like, nah, we're gonna let him just sit there and move his mouth for a little bit.
Best intro of all time on Talking Tennis.
Yeah?
Is it still echoing?
No.
Your Challenger time basically coincided with Federer's demise because September 2019 is kind of the US Open 2019. I know he played the Australian Open as well in 2020, but yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't related to that, but it was mostly related to me.
I don't think anybody was writing Federer off then, though, because like he still won Basel.
No, I mean after Wimbledon, definitely not. Like he couldn't really, right? I mean,
no,
he was the better
fact,
player.
Even you would have even said it's an improvement. I mean, actually, that would have been the right take. It was an improvement from.
But September 2019, Federer has said actually he was feeling his knee in the US Open in that tournament.
Was it?
Is that the one where he loses to Dimitrov? I think he had his
thought
back
it was
injury.
It was a back issue. I don't think
That
the-
was,
But he
that was
said-
his
I'm
back.
sure-
He couldn't-
I'm sure
he
I've
couldn't
heard him say-
rotate.
No, but that's right. But I'm sure he said that he was feeling his knee in that tournament.
Although maybe he said like later that it was already
Yeah, he
I think
flared
it
said
was
up,
it-
right?
later on in the. I think it was after the 2019 season was over.
Maybe that's possible, but like his back, he couldn't really rotate it, and that's why he lost. But at the ATP finals, he still beats Djokovic, right?
Yeah,
So
he beats Djokovic there, beats Berrettini. Loses
I would
to
say
Federer.
the decline actually never really happened until the 2020 Australian Open. Like that was
Yeah.
really the moment when it started with another injury and barely getting through the Sandgren match, knowing he has to go like all out.
I remember
against
thinking
Djokovic.
after the
Millman-
Sandgren
Millman,
one that he would.
John Millman as well.
I remember
That's
thinking he would withdraw
2018
from the
US
semis.
Open.
I thought
John
he would
Millman,
pull out.
Australian Open as well.
Ah,
Yeah.
the first match. Ah, that match. Okay. I thought you were talking about the loss at the US Open, but
No.
but yeah, the Millman match. But Millman was just such a tough opponent for him, and he like had to fight his way through. But he was healthy in that match,
Really slow
Um,
conditions, right?
or reasonably healthy. Yeah, it was a night match, really slow, and Millman just that sort of line with Fucsovic, Choric, all these guys who used to give him a lot of trouble, who just stood very close to the baseline, but still like counterpunched very well, absorbed his power very well, and yeah, it was like super long rallies. Of course, Millman kind of choked it from 8-4 in the tiebreak.
Yep, and that was for Federer's 100th win at the Australian Open.
Possibly.
Yeah.
But yeah, then of course against Dennis Sandgren, he was already barely moving at some points of the match.
Yeah. But then he goes and plays that exhibition with Nadal in South Africa.
South Africa, yeah.
And I remember in the press conference, somebody asked him, like, when's your next tournament? He was like, probably Dubai. Then he pulled it out of Dubai and it was. No, then he says, I'm going to be back for Wimbledon. This is before COVID. I'm going to be back for Wimbledon.
The pandemic hits.
Yeah.
There's
And
a
then he came-
video that he released in about March, I think, and it's on. He's hitting a ball against
I
a
remember
tennis
that.
ball in the snow.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
And it's like, I'll see you at Wimbledon or something. And I think Rod Laver commented on it as well.
Yeah, I mean, I saw even Djokovic did the challenge, and then and then they had this funny exchange, and he was like, "Oh, you beat me several times with those volleys." Yeah, I remember that.
Suddenly they were good bros.
Nah.
Oh, Taylor.
Ooh.
Oh.
It's a night session now. Could be some more break points coming Novak's way.
So I guess no decisions are needed, like in terms of moving the match, not right? Like no way. No way they actually.
I think this is going to be a 6-3 set. Yeah, I mean, it was a good match. It was competitive. Yeah. It exceeded our expectations. It certainly exceeded mine for sure.
So it's done, you think? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it would have been more competitive than Tsitsipas Djokovic.
Not to be scoffed at, Vanch. Not to be scoffed at, Stefanos Tsitsipas in the top 10.
Yeah, just barely hanging on though. Barely hanging. But actually, he could probably stay there because he didn't do anything in February and March last year. So
Yeah,
Oh,
he's got a lot to gain now, but the clay season, if he can't repeat that, that would be hard.
But what did he do on clay? I mean, he went out early in Paris.
he lost in the
Well,
quarters.
early, the quarterfinals.
Okay, yeah, but for him that's probably quite. But okay, Carlos.
No, 300. That's 360 points. That's like the 10% of his ranking right now.
But he'll probably make the quarters again.
Well, actually, much more than 10%.
And with a nice draw, he'll make the semis.
He
Barcelona.
made semis of Rome. He made semis of Rome.
Yeah,
semis of
he was very consistent. He made semis
quarters
of Barcelona. I think
quarters
as
of
well,
Madrid,
or-
and like he, Struff that week was super
Exactly.
dangerous.
Yeah.
So
So he's got a lot of consistent results.
I
Probably
mean,
around
I think
1,000
Monte Carlo was
points.
still a bit early in his comeback, like after the shoulder problem.
Monte Carlo was still quarters, right? So
Yeah, he still made the quarters, and he beat Jari.
again, like just picking up a ton of points, probably about 1,000 around, as a whole, the clay season. So
But I think even playing as he is now, he'll probably pick up those points.
maybe, but like that's the actual chance. That's the moment when he can fall out of the top 10. It seems probably not February or March, because there he should be gaining, at least in theory.
I think besides the U.S. Open, he's been fine at the majors. It's just that U.S. Open unexplainable, never been past the third round.
Wimbledon? I mean, it's not.
Yeah, it's not great, but 2 fourth rounds. One last year where he, yeah, he was up 2-1 against Eubanks. Probably had a couple of chances there, but I mean, the max he gets there is like semis, then loses to Alcaraz, quarters, loses to Medvedev. It's all right.
Oh, nice one, Taylor. Terry, yeah, you did say it would end up a night match, and it's turning out that way.
Ends up a night match, yeah. And the next will be like middle of the night. Well, not Krejcikova Sabalenka maybe yet, but Rublev Sinner. I think at least Krejcikova Sabalenka, I know, is going to be such an easy win for Barbora that it will not last that long. So we will be like more back on track.
Yeah.
I mean, now you're just manifesting it. I mean, what can I say? I honestly I'm not really that invested in the result. I'm just.
Barbie K will do it.
Yeah, it would just be cool,
Oh, so
like everyone is like saying, "Oh, Sabalenka's gonna win the tournament," and then Barbie K just comes along, like no one's talking about her. It's just funny.
The destroyer. Yeah.
But what if she loses to Goff then? What if she loses to Goff?
Yeah, right. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I mean,
then like it wasn't worth it, If she beats both of these women, sure, yeah. But if she beats Sabalenka and loses to Goff, then that's.
It depends how she loses, though.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm not pumped for a Krejcikova Goff match, I have to say. Oh, you're kidding. Oh, I thought he'd aced it there.
Oh, lucky. But of course, he played some good points here. It's just hanging on. Little help, but.
Oh, Taylor! I think he did that deliberately. That was planned.
Yeah, 100% skill. Zero.
Jessel Brooksby said that there's no luck in net courts, right?
He did?
Yeah, I think he did say that.
Last year when he played Fonini, and he said that he doesn't apologize for net courts because he was taught that that there's no luck in net courts.
Yeah.
I apologize for him.
It's like a sorry, not sorry, right?
I think yeah.
I don't really like this argument. I know people always say that you're not actually sorry because you're happy you won. Well, you are, but if you have the choice of winning through a great point of yours rather than a dead net court, of course I would love to finish it off with a phenomenal winner, right?
The reason I don't like the sorry not sorry Vanch comparison is it's because, let's just say I cheat in an exam. So it's like a premeditated thing. And then I apologize, but I still get away with the
Yeah,
exam.
but this is like not in your control, This is like
Exactly. So don't we normally use sorry, not sorry? Like I push in front of you in the queue, okay, and I go, oh, sorry, and I've got my dinner before you. Sorry,
it's
not.
like I'm sorry. I acknowledge that it was not really, my intention, but really inside of in all hearts, like, are you really sorry though? Like you're pretty happy. Like Fritz right now is like pretty happy. He's back on serve. He's like,
as far as I'm aware, Vanch, but maybe it's different in the UK. You're using the sorry, not sorry to fit the narrative for the net cord. Whereas actually the sorry, not sorry is said in quite a sarcastic way. It's quite a mean.
I don't know. Maybe it just depends on how you.
To me, it's like sorry, not sorry. It's like I've done something. Oh, that's the echo now. Come back. Why is that?
I think you're fine. I don't hear anything.
To me,
there is an echo. There is.
There is an echo. Oh, hang on, maybe.
I'm not hearing it.
1, 2, 3. Is it?
So it's probably on your side. I don't know how it works actually, but maybe.
I'm not hearing an echo.
Anyway,
when John was talking,
but I don't hear it now.
I don't hear it.
Yeah, I guess it's fine.
Djokovic now has love 30 on the Taylor serve. Yeah, to me, sorry, not sorry is there's a vindictiveness to it. Whereas there's no vindictiveness to the you're sorry, but it's kind of cool that you've won the point, of course.
Yeah, it's kind of cool that you won the point, and you're.
Anyway, whatever. Taylor is love 30 on his serve here. Don't think Djokovic is going to let Taylor off the hook again if he gets another break. Oh, Taylor.
Yeah.
So 3 break points here for Novak Djokovic to take a 5-3 lead and give himself a chance to serve for the match.
Oh man. Is that a double fault?
I thought it was, but it's not. No.
Yeah.
It is now. Sorry. Yeah.
Just a second of the match, but.
Yeah, he's definitely dropped some intensity as well as the match goes on now. And well, Djokovic also stepping forward into the court, spreading it a little bit more.
I actually don't
forcing that athleticism.
He played a bad game there. That was like a really good Djokovic classic bounce back after getting broken. Yeah, he's just able to shrug that off so quickly and then come back and break it love. It's like.
So Djokovic to serve for a place in the Australian. Is it his first Australian Open semi-final?
11th, almost there.
Oh, so he's won all 10 of the previous ones then.
Yeah, he's 20-0 when he gets to this stage.
Okay, with the semis in the final, yeah.
I suppose Nadal at one point was 26-0 with the French.
Okay, so he'd had his 13 titles that all had 13 semi-final wins.
Is that right? Yeah.
I can only ever remember him. I mean, I know he lost in the quarters to Novak, lost to Söderling in the 4th round. So yeah, I guess so. Maybe it was.
Mhm.
Are you sure?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, 13. So
Yeah.
he was 26.
Not four, oh, he's won 14 now, hasn't it? Yeah, sorry, he's won 14.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
but since that loss to Djokovic, yeah.
Yeah.
But these are the only 3 losses that he has at Roland Garros. So.
Yeah.
Kind of lucky for this record, right? Because he played Wimbledon in 2003. He probably doesn't win Roland Garros in 2003. He played like a few slams, but not Roland Garros in 2004 and 5. So he actually didn't play it until he was already ready to win it. And in other case, like the record wouldn't be as impressive, which I guess was also the case for Borg, I suppose. He also lost to Panatta only twice or actually one loss maybe was early in his career, right? One was during
both
his
of them
prime.
came to Panatta.
Yeah. But one was early in his prime, early in his career, I think, and one was obviously in that famous slam that Panatta ended up winning.
Perhaps a quirk of fate, perhaps a little bit more by design, but the number of slams that he's missed, of course, since 2005, and yet none of them came at Roland Garros until just this past year. And yet, right at the beginning of the career, it was like he was playing the other slams, but he wasn't playing Roland Garros.
Yeah.
Bit quirky.
But also 2016, he pulled out with that wrist thing, and then.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah.
I don't know. There are examples where he's been hurt on clay. Like it's not that many, but there are some, right?
2 match points for Novak Djokovic after Fritz goes long. Wasn't going to pass up another opportunity.
Okay. What is it must be like almost 4 hours. What is the time? Like 3:40?
Yeah, probably about 4 hours. Can Taylor still just maintain a bit of belief?
Oh, wow. What a finish.
Okay.
We still have a bit of belief, but Vanch immediately
extinguished it. Yeah.
Tells us
no. It's
we were still believing. No, of course we weren't.
It's done. You know it.
Taylor looking a bit dejected, understandably, but
yeah. But honestly, he didn't do anything wrong today.
Yeah,
like,
this was actually a good performance by him. I don't think he'll have
very good.
Yeah,
and as a whole, this Australian Open, I mean, he was almost out to Diaz Acosta in round 1, and then he plays 3 great matches in a row. Really, maybe 4 even if you count the Gaston.
Honestly, it looked like he might retire in that Diaz Acosta when he turned his ankle and then he had the injury timeout. It was not looking good at all. Yeah, and then of course even against Marozsan, right? Like he was down a set and then he got broken when he served for the second set at 5-3. Marozsan breaks him back and you're thinking, oh wow, what if Marozsan goes up 2 sets above? But
yeah, that was a really good showing, as a whole after that. So
and then he just destroyed Gaston.
Really.
Destroys Gaston, and then obviously those last 2 sets against Tsitsipas were.
Which I guess against Gaston, you don't really look at that much. Like you see that score and you're like, I mean, it's Gaston, huge power difference. It can happen. But once he actually beats Marozsan, and he does it in the last 2 sets, playing pretty insane, and just maintains that quality until the end. The body didn't really hold up today in the last 2 sets, maybe especially the last one. But of course, he was playing Djokovic, and for 2 sets at least, he was absolutely he was almost even with him. Let's call it like that. I mean,
the first 2 sets were wow.
He was, of course, saving all these breakpoints, so that was keeping him in it. But he was pretty much even with Novak for a long while.
Yeah.
Now, Yannick, over to you. You got to do this.
First, Barbora.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just talking about the. So Djokovic has never had.
Yes, we need Djokovic dinner.
With so many breakpoints and unconverted.
Well, with non-converted, but that's.
Paris-Bercy, I remember that match.
Obviously, that didn't happen. Yeah, still won it though, despite going 0-12. So
Federer had a set point on his serve in the first set tiebreak. Yeah.
I don't even know.
Oh no! Wait. Okay, wait. So Djokovic is getting interviewed by Kyrgios.
Oh no!
Kyrgios is doing the on-court interview.
The besties.
Oh,
The
there's
new
going to be some
besties.
romance here, and it's like
Yeah.
Djokovic is a full-on Nole fan now.
All right, I'm off now. I might be a bit late for the next one, but I will be there.
Yeah, no worries. What was
Are
that?
you going to
just...
do a critique of Sabalenka? You're going to see
Yeah, I'm doing it.
Barbora in the full flesh.
I'm looking forward to Damon.
I'll be there, but yeah, if I'm like 10 minutes late, don't worry, I'll be there.
Yeah,
I just have to write something up quickly, a preview for Medvedev Hurkacz. Yeah, so I'll see.
Just before you go, Vanch, what was that you just said? I heard you say something.
Oh no, I was just looking at Kyrgios interviewing him.
Oh, okay, something about Kyrgios. All right, listen, Vanch, we can wrap this up, but because I need to just have a break before the next one. What's he got to say? Hang on.
I'm probably going to get going actually. So.
Oh, Kyrgios is on court.
Looking better here.
Yeah.
Hopefully with a racket also soon. Yeah. We miss Nick. Come on, guys.
We miss Nick. What a turnaround from Nick calling him a tool a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
What was the question about? Okay, yeah, it was about me. Man, I suffered a lot first couple of sets, also due to his high-quality tennis. He was serving well. He was staying close to the line. He was really kind of suffocating me from back of the court. I was, most of the rallies on my back foot. It was really difficult to find the right timing. It was extremely hot while the sun was still out there. Physically very draining, emotionally as well. Huge round of applause for Fritz for a great performance today and also this tournament. He's played amazing tennis.
So you were actually 0 from 15 break points today, and that was the first time ever in your career you weren't able to take one. How were you able to keep bouncing back? And, because he was serving great today. I sat in that box for 4 hours, by the way, commenting. You were blowing me kisses and you were sticking your tongue out. But, 0 from 15. How'd you keep bouncing back?
Felt like playing you, man, with your serve. Taylor, we all know Taylor has got one of the best serves in the world. He's had one of the best serves for many years. And when he's feeling it, I saw him playing Tsitsipas a few days ago, and he was serving extremely well. So I knew the kind of a threat he poses when he serves on such a high quality. Conversion of the break points was really poor. I think he was 4 for 21 today, but I think in the end of the day, I managed to break him when it mattered, in the third and the fourth. I think I upped my game probably in midway to the third set, all the way to the end. I served extremely well. I think I had probably even more aces than he did, which is a surprise stat. But
he did? Oh,
did he?
This kind of matchup.
I didn't know that.
Because he was behind at 1.128, but
he did overtake him in the last 2 sets. So 2016.
So your next match is either between Yannick Sinner or Andrei Rublev, and you're going to keep them here till late tonight, by the way, because they're still going to be playing tonight.
Are you doing that match?
No, I'm going to bed.
Okay.
But yes, what thoughts on that? Sinner had some success against you to the end of last year, but some 2 young guns there.
Hello, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay. So different matchup. Obviously, both Sinner and Rublev are in great form. I watched.
That's a question when you don't know what to ask.
5 sets.
Yeah.
You don't ask that, really.
The quickest grueling exchanges I've seen in Rod Laver Arena in years. They both played incredible tennis. Sinner, he's probably playing tennis of his life. He had a fantastic ending of the last season, and we had a couple of great encounters in Torino, also Davis Cup. Very close ones, going 7-6, 7-5 in the third. So, I can expect him to play always on the highest level. But look, let's get some popcorn. You and I we chill on the sofa and we enjoy the match and watch them play.
Oh, Novak.
Because I know I'm probably never going to do this ever again. So I know there's a tree in the Royal Botanical Gardens that you go to and you hug, and I don't know what you do. Like, can you just show me which tree that is? Because I need to get healthy. Because I'm sick of you winning on this court, and I just want to come back maybe once and beat you one time. Show me the tree. Where's the tree? Okay, I'll show you the tree, but you can't tell anyone. It's a big secret. So what you got to do is take off your shoes, climb the tree, the highest point, and hang upside down on one of the highest branches for 33 minutes and 3 seconds. And you're going to win a time. Right, guys, Novak Djokovic, give it up. He's into the quarterfinals, semi-finals.
Well,
There you go. All right. Well, that brings an end to Taylor Fritz's run, but also that interview with Nick Kyrgios on court. And and let's just say it wasn't quite Jim Courier, Daniel Medvedev levels of interest, I would argue. But anyway, whatever. Novak Djokovic is into his 11th Australian Open semi-final. Of course, he's won all of his previous 10. But maybe this one might be one of the more challenging ones, certainly compared to last year when he, if he plays Jannik Sinner. Vanch, big thanks for joining me today, and I'm sure we'll be crossing paths again very soon.
Yep, it was pretty fun actually. Really enjoyed it. So yeah, I'm sure I'll be back.
We're going to go off, and Vanch may have wonderful dreams about Barbora's opening bakery win over Arena Sabalenka, much to the chagrin of Damien. But we will be back live, of course, for that very shortly. I think it'll be Damien and I on that one. But yeah, thanks, Damien. Thanks, Vanch.
Yep, thanks, John. It was fun.
Cheers. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.